The Shuttle Part 3 by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 40. Don't go on with this. Of these things, as of others, she had come to her solitude to think. She looked out over the marshes, scarcely seeing the wandering or resting sheep, scarcely hearing the crying plover, because so much seemed to confront her, and she must look it all well in the face. She had fulfilled the promise she had made to herself as a child. She had come in search of Rosie. She had found her as simple and loving of heart as she had ever been. The most painful discoveries she had made had been concealed from her mother until their aspect was modified. Mrs. Vanderpoel need now feel no shock at the sight of the restored Rosie. Lady Anstruthers had been still young enough to respond both physically and mentally to love, companionship, agreeable luxuries, and stimulating interests. But for Nigel's antagonism there was now no reason why she should not be taken home for a visit to her family, and her long yearned for New York, no reason why her father and mother should not come to Stornham, and thus establish the customary social relations between their daughter's home and their own. This seemed out of the question was owing to the fact that at the outset of his married life Sir Nigel had allowed himself to commit errors in tactics. A perverse egotism, not wholly normal in its rancor, had led him into deeds which he had begun to suspect of having cost him too much, even before Betty herself had pointed out to him their unbusinesslike indiscretion. He had done things he could not undo, and now, to his mind, his only resource was to treat them boldly as having been the proper results of decision founded on sound judgment which he had no desire to excuse. A sufficiently arrogant loftiness of bearing would, he hoped, carry him through the matter. This Betty herself had guessed, but she had not realized that this loftiness of attitude was in danger of losing some of its effectiveness through his being increasingly stung and spurred by circumstances and feelings connected with herself, which were at once exasperating and at times almost overpowering. When, in his mingled dislike and admiration, he had begun to study his sister-in-law, and the half-amused weaving of the small plots which would make things sufficiently unpleasant to be used as factors in her removal from the scene, if necessary, he had not calculated ever so remotely on the chance of that madness besetting him, which usually besets men only in their youth. He had imagined no other results to himself than a subtly exciting private entertainment, such as would give spice to the dullness of virtuous life in the country. But, despite himself and his intentions, he had found the situation alter. His first uncertainty of himself had arisen at the Dunholm ball, when he had suddenly realized that he was detesting men who, being young and free, were at liberty to pay gallant court to the new beauty. Perhaps the most disturbing thing to him had been his consciousness of a sudden leap of antagonism towards Mount Dunstan, who, despite his obvious lack of chance, somehow especially roused in him the rage of warring male instinct. There had been admissions he had been forced at length to make to himself. You could not, it appeared, live in the house with a splendid creature like this one, with her brilliant eyes, her beauty of line and movement before you every hour, her bloom, her proud fineness holding themselves wholly in their own keeping, without there being the devil to pay. Lately he had sometimes gone hot and cold in realizing that, having once told himself that he might choose to decide to get rid of her, he now knew that the mere thought of her sailing away of her own choice was maddening to him. There was the devil to pay. It sometimes brought back to him that hideous shakiness of nerve which had been a feature of his illness when he had been on the Riviera with Teresita. Of all this, Betty only knew the outward signs which, taken at their exterior significance, were detestable enough, and drove her hard as she mentally dwelt on them in connection with other things. How easy, if she stood alone, to defy his evil insolence to do its worst, and leaving the place at an hour's notice, to sail away to protection, or if she chose to remain in England, to surround herself with a bodyguard of the people in whose eyes his disrepute relegated a man such as Nigel Anstruthers to powerless non-entity. Alone, she could have smiled and turned her back upon him. But she was here to take care of Rosie. She occupied a position something like that of a woman who remains with a man and endures outrage because she cannot leave her child. That thought in itself brought Uchtred to her mind. There was Uchtred to be considered as well as his mother. Uchtred's love for and faith in her were deep and passionate things. He fed on her tenderness for him and had grown stronger because he spent hours of each day talking, reading, and driving with her. The simple truth was that neither she nor Rosalie could desert Uchtred, and so long as Nigel managed cleverly enough, the law would give the boy to his father. "You are obliged to prove things you know, in a court of law," he had said, as if with casual amiability, on a certain occasion. "Proving things is the devil. People lose their tempers and rush into rows which end in lawsuits, and then find they can prove nothing. If I were a villain, slightly showing his teeth in an agreeable smile, instead of a man of blameless life, I should go in only for that branch of my profession which could be exercised without leaving stupid evidence behind." Since his return to Stornham, the outward decorum of his own conduct had entertained him, and he had kept it up with an increasing appreciation of its usefulness in the present situation. Whatsoever happened in the end, it was the part of discretion to present to the rural world about him an appearance of upright behavior. He had even found it amusing to go to church and also to occasionally make amiable calls at the vicarage. It was not difficult at such times to refer delicately to his regret that domestic discomfort had led him into the error of remaining much away from Stornham. He knew that he had been even rather touching in his expression of interest in the future of his son and the necessity of the boy's being protected from uncontrolled hysteric influences. And in the years of Rosalie's unprotected wretchedness, he had taken excellent care that no stupid evidence should be exposed to view. Of all this Betty was thinking and summing up definitely, point after point. Where was the wise and practical course of defense? The most unthinkable thing was that one could find oneself in a position in which action seemed inhibited. What could one do? To send for her father would surely end the matter. But at what cost to Rosie, to Uchtred, to Folliot, before whom the fair path to dignified security had so newly opened itself? What would be the effect of sudden confusion, anguish, and public humiliation upon Rosalie's carefully rebuilt health and strength, upon her mother's new hope and happiness? At moments it seemed as if almost all that had been done might be undone. She was beset by such a moment now, and felt for the time, at least, like a creature tied hand and foot while in full strength. Certainly she was not prepared for the event which happened. Roland stiffened his ears, and, beginning a rumbling growl, ended it suddenly, realizing it an unnecessary precaution. He knew the man walking up the incline of the mound from the side behind them. So did Betty know him. It was Sir Nigel, looking rather glowering and pale, and walking slowly. He had discovered where she had meant to take refuge, and had probably ridden to some point where he could leave his horse and follow her at the expense of taking a short cut which saved walking. As he climbed the mound to join her, Betty rose to her feet. "My dear girl," he said, "don't get up as if you meant to go away. It has cost me some exertion to find you." "It will not cost you any exertion to lose me," was her light answer. "I am going away." He had reached her and stood still before her with scarcely a yard's distance between them. He was slightly out of breath and even a trifle livid. He leaned on. His stick and his look at her combined, leaping bad temper with something deeper. "Look here," he broke out, "why do you make such a point of treating me like the devil?" Betty felt her heart give a hastened beat, not of fear, but of repulsion. This was the mood and manner which subjugated Rosalie. He had so raised his voice that two men in the distance, who might be either laborers or sportsmen, hearing its high tone, glanced curiously towards them. "Why do you ask me a question which is totally absurd?" she said. "It is not absurd," he answered. "I am speaking of facts, and I intend to come to some understanding about them." For reply, after meeting his look a few seconds, she simply turned her back and began to walk away. He followed and overtook her. "I shall go with you, and I shall say what I want to say," he persisted. "If you hasten your pace, I shall hasten mine. I cannot exactly see you running away from me across the marsh screaming. You wouldn't care to be rescued by those men over there who are watching us. I should explain myself to them in terms neither you nor Rosalie would enjoy. There, I knew Rosalie's name would pull you up. Good God! I wish I were a weak fool with a magnificent creature protecting me at all risks. If she had not had blood and fire in her veins, she might have found it easy to answer calmly. But she had both, and both leaped and beat furiously for a few seconds. It was only human that it should be so. But she was more than a passionate girl of high and trenchant spirit, and she had learned, even in the days at the French school, what he had never been able to learn in his life, self-control. She held herself in as she would have held in a horse of too great fire and action. She was actually able to look as the first Reuben Vanderpoel would have looked at her capital of resource. But it meant taut holding of the reins. "Will you tell me," she said, stopping, "what it is you want? I want to talk to you. I want to tell you truths you would rather be told here than on the high road, where people are passing, or at Stornham, where the servants would overhear and Rosalie be thrown into hysterics. You will not run screaming across the marsh, because I should run screaming after you, and we should both look silly. Here is a rather scraggy tree. Will you sit on the mound near it for Rosalie's sake?" "I will not sit down," replied Betty, "but I will listen, because it is not a bad idea that I should understand you. But to begin with, I will tell you something." She stopped beneath the tree and stood with her back against its trunk. "I pick up things by noticing people closely, and I have realized that all your life you have counted upon getting your own way, because you saw that people, especially women, have a horror of public scenes and will submit to almost anything to avoid them. That is true very often, but not always." Her eyes, which were well opened, were quite the blue of steel and rested directly upon him. "I, for instance, would let you make a scene with me anywhere you chose in Bond Street in Piccadilly, on the steps of Buckingham Palace, as I was getting out of my carriage to attend a drawing room, and you would gain nothing you wanted by it. Nothing. You may place entire confidence in that statement." He stared back at her, momentarily half magnetized, and then broke forth into a harsh half-laugh. "You are so damned handsome that nothing else matters. I'm hanged if it does." And the words were an exclamation. He drew still nearer to her, speaking with a sort of savagery. "Cannot you see that you could do what you pleased with me? You are too magnificent a thing for a man to withstand. I have lost my head and gone to the devil through you. That is what I came to say." In the few seconds of silence that followed, his breath came quickly again, and he was even paler than before. "You came to me to say that?" asked Betty. "Yes, to say it before you drove me to other things." Her gaze was for a moment even slightly wondering. He presented the curious picture of a cynical man of the world, for the time being ruled and impelled only by the most primitive instincts. To a clear-headed, modern young woman of the most powerful class, he, her sister's husband, was making threatening love, as if he were a savage chief and she a savage beauty of his tribe. All that concerned him was that he should speak, and she should hear, that he should show her he was the stronger of the two. "Are you quite mad?" she said. "Not quite," he answered. "Only 3 parts, but I am beyond my own control. That is the best proof of what has happened to me. You are an arrogant piece, and you would defy me if you stood alone. But you don't, and by the Lord, I have reached a point where I will make use of every lever I can lay my hand on yourself, Rosalie. Uchtred, A Folite, the whole lot of you. The thing which was hardest upon her was her knowledge of her own strength, of what she might have allowed herself of flaming words and instant action. But for the memory of Rosie's ghastly little face, as it had looked when she cried out, "You must not think of me. Betty, go home, go home." She held the white desperation of it before her mental vision and answered him even with a certain interested deliberateness. "Do you know," she inquired, "that you are talking to me as though you were the villain in the melodrama?" "There is an advantage in that," he answered with an unholy smile. "If you repeat what I say, people will only think that you are indulging in hysterical exaggeration. They don't believe in the existence of melodrama in these days." The cynical, absolute knowledge of this revealed so much that nerve was required to face it with steadiness. "True," she commented. "Now I think I understand." "No, you don't," he burst forth. "You have spent your life standing on a golden pedestal, being kowtowed to, and you imagine yourself immune from difficulties. Because you think you can pay your way out of anything. But you will find that you cannot pay your way out of this, or rather you cannot pay Rosalie's way out of it." "I shall not try." "Go on," said the girl. "What I do not understand, you must explain to me. Don't leave anything unsaid." "Good God, what a woman you are!" he cried out bitterly. He had never seen such beauty in his life as he saw in her as she stood with her straight young body flat against the tree. It was not a matter of deep color of eye or high spirit of profile, but of something which burned him. Still as she was, she looked like a flame. She made him feel old and body worn, and all the more senselessly furious. "I believe you hate me," he raged, "and I may thank my wife for that." Then he lost himself entirely. "Why cannot you behave well to me? If you will behave well to me, Rosalie shall go her own way. If you even looked at me as you look at other men, but you do not. There is always something under your lashes which watches me as if I were a wild beast you were studying. Don't fancy yourself a domptus. I am not your man. I swear to you that you don't know what you are dealing with. I swear to you that if you play this game with me, I will drag you two down if I drag myself with you. I have nothing much to lose. You and your sister have everything." "Go on," Betty said briefly. "Go on. Yes, I will go on, Rosalie, and follow it. I hold in the hollow of my hand. As for you, do you know that people are beginning to discuss you? Gossip is easily stirred in the country, where people are so bored that they chatter in self-defense. I have been considered a bad lot. I have become curiously attached to my sister-in-law. I am seen hanging about her, hanging over her as we ride or walk alone together. An American young woman is not like an English girl. She is used to seeing the marriage ceremony juggled with. There's a trifle of prejudice against such young women when they are too rich and too handsome. Don't look at me like that." He burst forth with maddened sharpness. "I won't have it." The girl was regarding him with the expression he most resented, the reflection of a normal person watching an abnormal one and studying his abnormality. "Do you know that you are raving?" she said with quiet curiosity. "Raving?" Suddenly he sat down on the low mound near him, and as he touched his forehead with his handkerchief, she saw that his hand actually shook. "Yes," he answered, panting, "but where my ravings? They mean what they say. You do yourself an injury when you give way to them steadily, even with a touch of slow significance. A physical injury. I have noticed that more than once." He sprang to his feet again. Every drop of blood left his face. For a second he looked as if he would strike her. His arm actually flung itself out and fell. "You devil!" he gasped. "You count on that, you she-devil." She left her tree and stood before him. "Listen to me," she said. "You intimate that you have been laying melodramatic plots against me which will injure my good name. That is rubbish. Let us leave it at that. You threaten that you will break Rosie's heart and take her child from her. You say also that you will wound and hurt my mother to her death and do your worst to ruin an honest man. And, by God, I will," he raged. "And you cannot stop me. If I do not know whether I can stop you or not, though you may be sure I will try," she interrupted him. "But that is not what I was going to say." She drew a step nearer, and there was something in the intensity of her look which fascinated and held him for a moment. She was curiously grave. "Nigel, I believe in certain things you do not believe in. I believe black thoughts breed black ills to those who think them. It is not a new idea. There is an old Oriental proverb which says, 'Curses like chickens come home to roost.' I believe also that the worst, the very worst, cannot be done to those who think steadily only of the best. To you that is merely superstition to be laughed at. That is a matter of opinion. But don't go on with this thing. Don't go on with it. Stop and think it over." He stared at her furiously, tried to laugh outright, and failed because the look in her eyes was so odd in its strength and stillness. "You think you can lay some weird spell upon me," he jeered sardonically. "No, I don't," she answered. "I could not if I would. It is no affair of mine. It is your affair only, and there is nothing weird about it. Don't go on, I tell you. Think better of it." She turned about without further speech, and walked away from him with light swiftness over the marsh. Oddly enough, he did not even attempt to follow her. He felt a little weak perhaps because a certain thing she had said had brought back to him a familiar touch of the horrors. She had the eyes of a falcon under the odd soft shade of the extraordinary lashes. She had seen what he thought no one but himself had realized. Having watched her retreating figure for a few seconds, he sat down as suddenly as before on the mound near the tree. "Oh, damn her," he said, his damp forehead on his hands. "Damn the whole universe." When Betty and Roland reached Stornham, the wickerwork pony chaise from the vicarage stood before the stone entrance steps. The drawing-room door was open, and Mrs. Brent was standing near it saying some last words to Lady Anstruthers before leaving the house, after a visit evidently made with an object. This Betty gathered from the solemnity of her manner. "Betty," said Lady Anstruthers, catching sight of her, "do come in for a moment." When Betty entered, both her sister and Mrs. Brent looked at her questioningly. "You look a little pale and tired, Miss Vanderpool," Mrs. Brent said, rather as if in haste to be the first to speak. "I hope you are not at all unwell. We need all our strength just now. I have brought the most painful news. Malignant typhoid fever has broken out among the hop pickers on the Mount Dunstan estate. Some poor creature was evidently sickening for it when he came from London. 3 people died last night." Chapter 41. She would Dosomland. Sir Nigel's face was not a good thing to see when he appeared at the dinner table in the evening. As he took his seat, the 2 footmen glanced quickly at each other, and the butler at the sideboard furtively thrust out his underlip. Not a man or woman in the household but had learned a signal denoting the moment when no service would please, no word or movement be unobjectionable. Lady Anstruthers' face unconsciously assumed its propitiatory expression, and she glanced at her sister more than once when Betty was unaware that she did so. Until the soup had been removed, Sir Nigel scarcely spoke, merely making curt replies to any casual remark. This was one of his simple and most engaging methods of at once enjoying an ill humor and making his wife feel that she was in some way to blame for it. "Mount Dunstan is in a deucedly unpleasant position," he condescended at last. "I should not care to stand in his shoes." He had not returned to the court until late in the afternoon, but having heard in the village the rumor of the outbreak of fever, he had made inquiries and gathered detail. "You're thinking of the outbreak of typhoid among the hop-pickers," said Lady Anstruthers. "Mrs. Brant thinks it threatens to be very serious." "An epidemic, without a doubt," he answered. "In a wretched, unsanitary place like Dunstan village, the wretches will die like flies." "What will be done?" inquired Betty. He gave her one of the unpleasant personal glances and laughed derisively. "Done? The county authorities, who call themselves guardians, will be frightened to death and will potter about and fuss like old women and profess to examine and protect and lay restrictions, but everyone will manage to keep at discreet distance, and the thing will run riot and do its worst. As far as one can see, there seems no reason why the whole place should not be swept away. No doubt Mount Dunstan has wisely taken to his heels already. I think that, on the contrary, there would be much doubt of that," Betty said. "He would stay and do what he could." Sir Nigel shrugged his shoulders. "Would he? I think you'll find he would not. Mrs. Brent tells me," Rosalie broke in somewhat hurriedly, "that the huts for the Hoppers are in the worst possible condition. They are so dilapidated that the rain pours into them. There is no proper shelter for the people who are ill, and Lord Mount Dunstan cannot afford to take care of them." "But he will," broke forth Betty. Her head lifted itself, and she spoke almost as if through her small shut teeth. A wave of intense belief, high, proud, and obstinate, swept through her. It was a feeling so strong and vibrant that she felt as if Mount Dunstan himself must be reached and upborne by it, as if he himself must hear her. Rosalie looked at her half-startled and, for the moment, held fascinated by the sudden force rising in her and by the splendid spark of light under her lids. She was reminded of the fierce little Betty of long ago, with her delicate, indomitable small face and the spirit which even at 9 years old had somehow seemed so strong and straightly keen of sight that one had known it might always be trusted. Actually, in one way, she had not changed. She saw the truth of things. The next instant, however, inadvertently glancing towards her husband, she caught her breath quickly. Across his heavy-featured face had shot the sudden gleam of a new expression. It was as if he had at the moment recognized something which filled him with a rush of fury he himself was not prepared for. That he did not wish it to be seen, she knew by his manner. There was a brief silence in which it passed away. He spoke after it with disagreeable precision. "He has had an enormous effect on you, that man," he said to Betty. He spoke clearly so that she might have the pleasure of being certain that the men-servants heard. They were close to the table, handing fruit professing to be automatons, eyes down, faces expressing nothing, but as quick of hearing as it is said that blind men are. He knew that if he had been in her place and a thing as insultingly significant had been said to him, he should promptly have hurled the nearest object plate, wine-glass, or decanter in the face of the speaker. He knew, too, that women cannot hurl projectiles without looking like viragos and fools. The weakly feminine might burst into tears or into a silly rage and leave the table. There was a distinct breath's space of pause, and Betty, cutting a cluster from a bunch of hothouse grapes presented by the footman at her side, answered as clearly as he had spoken himself. "He is strong enough to produce an effect on anyone," she said. "I think you feel that yourself. He is a man who will not be beaten in the end. Fortune will give him some good thing. He is a fellow who knows well enough on which hand of him good things lie," he said. "He will take all that offers itself." "Why not?" Betty said impartially. "There must be no riding or driving in the neighborhood of the place," he said next. "I will have no risks run." He turned and addressed the butler. "Jennings, tell the servants that those are my orders." He sat over his wine but a short time that evening, and when he joined his wife and sister-in-law in the drawing-room, he went at once to Betty. In fact, he was in the condition when a man cannot keep away from a woman, but must invent some reason for reaching her, whether it is fatuous or plausible. What I said to Jennings was an order to you as well as to the people below stairs. I know you are particularly fond of riding in the direction of Mount Dunstan. You are in my care so long as you are in my house. Orders are not necessary, Betty replied. The day is past when one rushed to smooth pillows and give the wrong medicine when one's friends were ill. If one is not a properly trained nurse, it is wiser not to risk being very much in the way. He spoke over her shoulder, dropping his voice. The lady Anstruther sat apart, appearing to read. Don't think I am fool enough not to understand. You have yourself under magnificent control, but a woman passionately in love cannot keep a certain look out of her eyes. He was standing on the hearth. Betty swung herself lightly round, facing him squarely. Her full look was splendid. If it is there, let it stay, she said. I would not keep it out of my eyes if I could, and you are right. I could not if I would if it is there. If it is, let it stay. The daring, throbbing, human truth of her made his brain whirl. To a man young and clean and fit to count as in the lists. To have heard her say the thing of a rival would have been hard enough, but base, degenerate, and of the world behind her day, to hear it while frenzied for her, was intolerable. And it was Mount Dunstan she bore herself so highly for. Whether melodrama is out of date or not, there are, occasionally, some fine melodramatic touches in the amenities of today. You think you will reach him, he persisted. You think you will help him in some way. You will not let the thing alone. Excuse my mentioning that whatsoever I take the liberty of doing will encroach on no right of yours, she said. But, alone in her room, after she went upstairs, the face reflecting itself in the mirror was pale, and its black brows were drawn together. She sat down at the dressing table and, seeing the paled face, drew the black brows closer, confronting a complicating truth. If I were free to take Rosalie and Uchtred home tomorrow, she thought, I could not bear to go. I should suffer too much. She was suffering now. The strong longing in her heart was like a physical pain. No word or look of this one man had given her proof that his thoughts turned to her, and yet it was intolerable that in his hour of stress and need they were as wholly apart as if worlds rolled between them. At any dire moment it was mere nature that she should give herself in help and support. If, on the night at sea, when they had first spoken to each other, the ship had gone down, she knew that they two, strangers though they were, would have worked side by side among the frantic people and have been among the last to take to the boats. How did she know? Only because, he being he and she being she, it must have been so in accordance with the law's ruling entities. And now he stood facing a calamity almost as terrible, and she with full hands sat still. She had seen the hop pickers' huts and had recognized their condition. Mere brick sheds in which the pickers slept upon bundles of hay or straw in their best days. In their decay they did not even provide shelter. In fine weather the hop gatherers slept well enough in them, cooking their food in gypsy fashion in the open. When the rain descended, it must run down walls and drip through the holes in the roofs in streams which would soak clothes and bedding. The worst that Nigel and Mrs. Britt had implied was true. Illness of any order under such circumstances would have small chance of recovery, but malignant typhoid without shelter, without proper nourishment or nursing, had not one chance in a million. And he, this one man, stood alone in the midst of the tragedy, responsible and helpless. He would feel himself responsible as she herself would if she were in his place. She was conscious that suddenly the event of the afternoon, the interview upon the marshes, had receded until it had become an almost unmeaning incident. What did the degenerate melodramatic folly matter? She had restlessly left her chair before the dressing table and was walking to and fro. She paused and stood looking down at the carpet, though she scarcely saw it. Nothing matters but one thing, one person, she owned to herself aloud. I suppose it is always like this. Rosie, Uchtred, even father and mother, everyone seems less near than they were. It is too strong, too strong. It is the words dropped slowly from her lips, the strongest thing in the world. She lifted her face and threw out her hands, a lovely young half-sad smile curling the deep corners of her mouth. Sometimes one feels so disdained, she said, so disdained with all one's power. Perhaps I am an unwanted thing. But even in this case, there were aids one might make an effort to give. She went to her writing table and sat thinking for some time. Afterwards, she began to write letters. 3 or 4 were addressed to London. One was to Mr. Penzance. Mount Dunstan and his vicar were walking through the village to the vicarage. They had been to the hop pickers' huts to see the people who were ill of the fever. Both of them noticed that cottage doors and windows were shut, and that here and there alarmed faces looked out from behind latticed panes. "They are in a panic of fear," Mount Dunstan said, "and by way of safeguard they shut out every breath of air and stifle indoors. Something must be done." Catching the eye of a woman who was peering over her short white dimity blind, he beckoned to her authoritatively. She came to the door and hesitated there, curtsying nervously. Mount Dunstan spoke to her across the hedge. "You need not come out to me, Mrs. Benner. You may stay where you are," he said. "Are you obeying the orders given by the guardians?" "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord," with more curtsies. "Your health is very much in your own hands," he added. "You must keep your cottage and your children cleaner than you have ever kept them before, and you must use the disinfectant I sent you. Keep away from the huts and open your windows. If you don't open them, I shall come and do it for you. Bad air is infection itself. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." "Thank you, lordship. Go in and open your windows now, and tell your neighbors to do the same. If anyone is ill, let me know at once. The vicar and I will do our best for everyone." By that time, curiosity had overcome fear, and other cottage doors had opened. Mount Dunstan passed down the row and said a few words to each woman or man who looked out. Questions were asked anxiously, and he answered them. That he was personally unafraid was comfortingly plain, and the mere sight of him was, on the whole, an unexplainable support. "We heard said your lordship was going away," put in a stout mother with a heavy child on her arm, a slight testiness, scarcely concealed by respectful good manners. She was a matron with a temper, and that a Mount Dunstan should avoid responsibilities seemed highly credible. "I shall stay where I am," Mount Dunstan answered. "My place is here." They believed him, Mount Dunstan though he was. It could not be said that they were fond of him, but gradually it had been borne in upon them that his word was to be relied on, though his manner was unalluring and they knew he was too poor to do his duty by them or his estate. As he walked away with the vicar, windows were opened, and in 1 or 2 untidy cottages a sudden flourishing of mops and brooms began. There was dark trouble in Mount Dunstan's face. In the huts, they had left 2 men stiff on their straw, and 2 women and a child in a state of collapse. Added to these were others stricken helpless. A number of workers in the hop gardens, on realizing the danger threatening them, had gathered together bundles and children, and leaving the harvest behind, had gone on the tramp again. Those who remained were the weaker or less cautious, or were held by some tie to those who were already ill of the fever. The village doctor was an old man who had spent his blameless life in bringing little cottagers into the world, attending their measles and whooping coughs, and their fathers' and grandfathers' rheumatics. He had never faced a village crisis in the course of his 75 years, and was aghast and flurried with fright. His methods remained those of his youth, and were marked chiefly by a readiness to prescribe calomel in any emergency. A younger and stronger man was needed, as well as a man of more modern training, but even the most brilliant practitioner of the hour could not have provided shelter and nourishment, and without them his skill would have counted as nothing. For 3 weeks there had been no rain, which was a condition of the barometer not likely to last. Already gray clouds were gathering and obscuring the blueness of the sky. The vicar glanced upwards anxiously. "When it comes," he said, "there will be a downpour, and a persistent one." "Yes," Mount Dunstan answered. He had lain awake thinking throughout the night. How was a man to sleep? It was as Betty Vanderpool had known it would be. He, who beggar though he might be, was the lord of the land, Was the man to face the strait of these poor workers on the land as his own? Some action must be taken. What action? As he walked by his friend's side from the huts where the dead men lay, it revealed itself that he saw his way. They were going to the vicarage to consult a medical book, but on the way there they passed a part of the park where, through a break in the timber, the huge white blind-faced house stood on view. Mount Dunstan laid his hand on Mr. Penzance's shoulder and stopped him. "Look there," he said. "There are weather-tight rooms enough." A startled expression showed itself on the vicar's face. "For what?" he exclaimed. "For a hospital?" Brusquely. "I can give them one thing, at least shelter." "It is a very remarkable thing to think of doing," Mr. Penzance said. "It is not so remarkable as that laborers on my land should die at my gate. Because I cannot give them decent roofs to cover them. There is a roof that will shield them from the weather. They shall be brought to the mount." The vicar was silent a moment, and a flush of sympathy warmed his face. "You are quite right, Fergus," he said, "entirely right." "Let us go to your study and plan how it shall be done," Mount Dunstan said. As they walked towards the vicarage, he went on talking. "When I lie awake at night there is one thread which always winds itself through my thoughts whatsoever they are. I don't find that I can disentangle it. It connects itself with Reuben S. Vanderpoel's daughter. You would know that without my telling you. If you had ever struggled with an insane passion—" "It is not insane, I repeat," put in Penzance unflinchingly. "Thank you, whether you are right or wrong," answered Mount Dunstan, striding by his side. "When I am awake, she is as much a part of my existence as my breath itself. When I think things over, I find that I am asking myself if her thoughts would be like mine. She is a creature of action. Last night as I lay awake, I said to myself, she would do something. What would she do? She would not be held back by fear of comment or convention. She would look about her for the utilizable, and she would find it somewhere and use it. I began to sum up the village resources and found nothing until my thoughts led me to my own house. There it stood empty and useless. If it were hers and she stood in my place, she would make it useful, so I decided." "You are quite right," Mr. Penzance said again. They spent an hour in his library at the vicarage, arranging practical methods for transforming the great ballroom into a sort of hospital ward. It could be done by the removal of pieces of furniture from the many unused bedrooms. There was also the transportation of the patients from the huts to be provided for. But when all this was planned out, each found himself looking at the other with an unspoken thought in his mind. Mount Dunstan first expressed it. "As far as I can gather, the safety of typhoid fever patients depends almost entirely on scientific nursing, and the caution with which even liquid nourishment is given. The woman whose husband died this morning told me that he had seemed better in the night and had asked for something to eat. She gave him a piece of bread and a slice of cold bacon because he told her he fancied it. I could not explain to her, as she sat sobbing over him, that she had probably killed him. When we have patients in our ward, what shall we feed them on, and who will know how to nurse them? They do not know how to nurse each other, and the women in the village would not run the risk of undertaking to help us." But even before he had left the house, the problem was solved for them. The solving of it lay in the note Miss Vanderpoel had written the night before at Stornham. When it was brought to him, Mr. Penzance glanced up from certain calculations he was making upon a sheet of notepaper. The accumulating difficulties made him look worn and tired. He opened the note and read it gravely, and then as gravely, though with a change of expression, handed it to Mount Dunstan. "Yes, she is a creature of action. She has heard and understood at once, and she has done something. It is immensely practical, it is fine, it is lovable. Do you mind my keeping it?" Mount Dunstan asked, after he had read it. "Keep it by all means," the vicar answered. "It is worth keeping." But it was quite brief. She had heard of the outbreak of fever among the hop. pickers and asked to be allowed to give help to the people who were suffering. They would need prompt aid. She chanced to know something of the requirements of such cases and had written to London for certain supplies which would be sent to them at once. She had also written for nurses, who would be needed above all else. Might she ask Mr. Penzance to kindly call upon her for any further assistance required? "Tell her we are deeply grateful," said Mount Dunstan, "and that she has given us greater help than she knows." "Why not answer her note yourself?" Penzance suggested. Mount Dunstan shook his head. "No," he said shortly, "no." Chapter 42. In the Ballroom. Though Dunstan village was cut off by its misfortune from its usual intercourse with its neighbors, in some mystic manner villages even at 20 miles distance learned all it did and suffered, feared or hoped. It did not hope greatly, the rustic habit of mind tending towards a discouraged outlook, and cherishing the drama of impending calamity. As far as Yankford and Marling, inmates of cottages and farmhouses, were inclined to think it probable that Dunstan would be swept away, and rumors of spreading death and disaster were popular. Tread, the advanced blacksmith at Stornham, having heard in his bygone, better days of the great plague of London, was greatly in demand as a narrator of illuminating anecdotes at the Clock Inn. Among the parties gathered at the large houses Mount Dunstan himself was much talked of. If he had been a popular man, he might have become a sort of hero. As he was not popular, he was merely a subject for discussion. The fever-stricken patients had been carried in carts to the Mount and given beds in the ballroom, which had been made into a temporary ward. Nurses and supplies had been sent for from London, and 2 energetic young doctors had taken the place of old Dr. Fenwick, who had been frightened and overworked into an attack of bronchitis which confined him to his bed. Where the money came from, which must be spent every day under such circumstances, it was difficult to say. To the simply conservative of mind, the idea of filling one's house with dirty East End hop pickers infected with typhoid seemed too radical. Surely he could have done something less extraordinary. Would everybody be expected to turn their houses into hospitals in case of village epidemics, now that he had established a precedent? But there were people who approved and were warm in their sympathy with him. At the first dinner party where the matter was made the subject of argument, the beautiful Miss Vanderpool, who was present, listened silently to the talk with such brilliant eyes that Lord Dunholm, who was in an elderly way her staunch admirer, spoke to her across the table. "Tell us what you think of it, Miss Vanderpool," he suggested. She did not hesitate at all. "I like it," she answered in her clear, well-heard voice. "I like it better than anything I have ever heard." "So do I," said old Lady Allenby shortly. "I should never have done it myself, but I like it just as you do." "I knew you would, Lady Allenby," said the girl. "And you too, Lord Dunholm." "I like it so much that I shall write and ask if I cannot be of assistance," Lord Dunholm answered. Betty was glad to hear this. Only quickness of thought prevented her from the error of saying thank you, as if the matter were personal to herself. If Mount Dunstan was restive under the obviousness of the fact that help was so sorely needed, he might feel less so if her offer was only one among others. "It seems rather the duty of the neighborhood to show some interest," put in Lady Allenby. "I shall write to him myself. He is evidently of a new order of Mount Dunstan. It's to be hoped he won't take the fever himself and die of it. He ought to marry some handsome, well-behaved girl and refound the family." Nigel Anstruthers spoke from his side of the table, leaning slightly forward. "He won't if he does not take better care of himself. He passed me on the road 2 days ago, riding like a lunatic. He looks frightfully ill, yellow and drawn and lined. He has not lived the life to prepare him for settling down to a fight with typhoid fever. He would be done for if he caught the infection." "I beg your pardon," said Lord Dunholm with quiet decision. "Unprejudiced enquiry proves that his life has been entirely respectable. As Lady Allenby says, he seems to be of a new order of Mount Dunstan." "No doubt you are right," said Sir Nigel suavely. "He looked ill, notwithstanding." "As to looking ill," remarked Lady Allenby to Lord Dunholm, who sat near her, "that man looks as if he was going to pieces pretty rapidly himself, and unprejudiced inquiry would not prove that his past had nothing to do with it." Betty wondered if her brother-in-law were lying. It was generally safest to argue that he was. But the fever burned high at Mount Dunstan, and she knew by instinct what its owner was giving of the strength of his body and brain. A young, unmarried woman cannot go about, however, making anxious inquiries concerning the welfare of a man who has made no advance towards her. She must wait for the chance which brings news. The fever, having ill-cared for and habitually ill-fed bodies to work upon, wrought fiercely, despite the energy of the two young doctors and the trained nurses. There were many dark hours in the ballroom ward, hours filled with groans and wild ravings. The floating terpsichorean goddesses upon the lofty ceiling gazed down with wondering eyes at haggard faces, and plucking hands which sometimes, behind the screen drawn round their beds, ceased to look feverish and grew paler and stiller, until they moved no more. But at least none had died through want of shelter and care. The supplies needed came from London each day. Lord Dunholm had sent a generous cheque to the aid of the sufferers, and so, also, had old Lady Allenby. But Miss Vanderpoel, consulting medical authorities and hospitals, learned exactly what was required, and necessities were forwarded daily in their most easily utilizable form. "You generously told me to ask you for anything we found we required," Mr. Penzance wrote to her in his note of thanks. "My dear and kind young lady, you leave nothing to ask for." Our doctors, who are young and enthusiastic, are filled with delight in the completeness of the resources placed in their hands. She had, in fact, gone to London to consult an eminent physician who was an authority of world-wide reputation. Like the head of the legal firm of Towlinson and Shepherd, he had experienced a new sensation in the visit paid him by an indubitably modern young beauty, who wasted no word, and whose eyes, while he answered her amazingly clear questions, were as intelligently intent as those of an ardent and serious young medical student. What a surgical nurse she would have made! It seemed almost a pity that she evidently belonged to a class the members of which are rich enough to undertake the charge of entire epidemics, but who do not usually give themselves to such work, especially when they are young and astonishing in the matter of looks. In addition to the work they did in the ballroom ward, Mount Dunstan and the vicar found much to do among the villagers. Ignorance and alarm combined to create dangers, even where they might not have been feared. Daily instruction and inspection of the cottages and their inmates was required. The knowledge that they were under control and supervision was a support to the frightened people and prevented their lapsing into careless habits. Also, there began to develop among them a secret dependence upon and desire to please his lordship, as the existing circumstances drew him nearer to them, and unconsciously they were attracted and dominated by his strength. The strong man carries his power with him, and, when Mount Dunstan entered the cottage and talked to its inmates, the anxious wife or surly depressed husband was conscious of feeling a certain sense of security. It had been a queer enough thing. This he had done, bundling the infected hoppers out of their leaking huts and carrying them up to the Mount itself for shelter and care. At the most, gentlefolk generally gave soup or blankets or hospital tickets and left the rest to luck. But, gentry way or not, a man who did a thing like that would be likely to do other things, if they were needed, and gave folk a feeling of being safer than ordinary soup and blankets and hospital tickets could make them. But where did the money come from, was asked during the first days. Beds and doctors, nurses and medicine, fine brandy and unlimited fowls for broth did not come up from London without being paid for. Pounds and pounds a day must be paid out to get the things that were delivered regular in hampers and boxes. The women talked to one another over their garden palings. The men argued together over their beer at the public house. Was he running into more debt? But even the village knew that Mount Dunstan credit had been exhausted long ago, and there had been no money at the Mount within the memory of man, so to speak. One morning the matron with the sharp temper found out the truth, though the outburst of gratitude to Mount Dunstan which resulted in her enlightenment was entirely spontaneous and without intention. Her doubt of his Mount Dunstan blood had grown into a sturdy liking, even for his short speech and his often drawn-down brows. "We've got more to thank your lordship for than common help," she said. "God Almighty knows where we'd all have been but for what you've done. Those poor souls you've nursed and fed." "I've not done it," he broke in promptly. "You're mistaken. I could not have done it. How could I?" "Well," exclaimed the matron frankly, "we was wondering where things came from, you might well wonder. Have any of you seen Lady Anstruther's sister, Miss Vanderpoel, ride through the village? She used sometimes to ride this way. If you saw her you will remember it." The American young lady, in ejaculatory delight. "My word, yes, a fine young woman with black hair. That rich, they say, as millions won't cover it. They won't grimly. Lord Dunholm and Lady Allenby of Dole kindly sent checks to help us, but the American young lady was first on the field. She sent both doctors and nurses, and has supplied us with food and medicine every day. As you say, Mrs. Brown, God Almighty knows what would have become of us, but for what she has done." Mrs. Brown had listened with rather open mouth. She caught her breath heartily, as a sort of approving exclamation. "God bless her," she broke out. "Girls isn't generally like that. Their heads is too full of finery. God bless her. 'Merican or no 'Merican, that's what I say." Mount Dunstan's red-brown eyes looked as if she had pleased him. "That's what I say, too," he answered. "God bless her." There was not a day which passed in which he did not involuntarily say the words to himself again and again. She had been wrong when she had said in her musings that they were as far apart as if worlds rolled between them. Something stronger than sight or speech drew them together. The thread which wove itself through his thoughts grew stronger and stronger. The first day her gifts arrived and he walked about the ballroom ward, directing the placing of hospital cots and hospital aids and comforts, the spirit of her thought and intelligence, the dentufuo individuality and cleverness of all her methods, brought her so vividly before him that it was almost as if she walked by his side, as if they spoke together, as if she said, "I have tried to think of everything. I want you to miss nothing. Have I helped you? Tell me if there is anything more." The thing which moved and stirred him was his knowledge that when he had thought of her she had also been thinking of him, or of what deeply concerned him. When he had said to himself, tossing on his pillow, what would she do, she had been planning in such a way as answered his question. Each morning when the day's supplies arrived, it was as if he had received a message from her. As the people in the cottages felt the power of his temperament and depended upon him, so also did the patients in the ballroom ward. The feeling had existed from the outset and increased daily. The doctors and nurses told one another that his passing through the room was like the administering of a tonic. Patients who were weak and making no effort were lifted upon the strong wave of his will and carried onward towards the shore of greater courage and strength. Young Dr. Thwaite met him when he came in one morning and spoke in a low voice. "There is a young man behind the screen there who is very low," he said. "He had an internal hemorrhage towards morning, and has lost his pluck. He has a wife and 3 children. We have been doing our best for him with hot water bottles and stimulants, but he has not the courage to help us. You have an extraordinary effect on them all, Lord Mount Dunstan. When they are depressed, they always ask when you are coming in, and this man Patton, his name is, has asked for you several times. Upon my word, I believe you might set him going again." Mount Dunstan walked to the bed and, going behind the screen, stood looking down at the young fellow lying breathing pantingly. His eyes were closed as he labored, and his pinched white nostrils drew themselves in and puffed out at each breath. A nurse on the other side of the cot had just surrounded him with fresh hot water bottles. Suddenly the sunken eyelids flew open, and the eyes met Mount Dunstan's in imploring anxiousness. "Here I am, Patten," Mount Dunstan said. "You need not speak." But he must speak. But he must speak. Here was the strength his sinking soul had longed for. "Cruel, bad goin' fast, milord," he panted. Mount Dunstan made a sign to the nurse, who gave him a chair. He sat down close to the bed and took the bloodless hand in his own. "No," he said, "you are not going. You'll stay here. I will see to that." The poor fellow smiled wanly. Vague yearnings had led him sometimes, in the past, to wander into chapels or stop and listen to street preachers, and orthodox platitudes came back to him. "God's will," he trailed out. "It's nothing of the sort. It's God's will that you pull yourself together. A man with a wife and 3 children has no right to slip out." A yearning look flickered in the lad's eyes. He was scarcely more than a lad, having married at 17 and had a child each year. "She's a good girl. Keep that in your mind while you fight this out," said Mount Dunstan. "Say it over to yourself each time you feel yourself letting go. Hold on to it. I am going to fight it out with you. I shall sit here and take care of you all day, all night, if necessary. The doctor and the nurse will tell me what to do. Your hand is warmer already. Shut your eyes." He did not leave the bedside until the middle of the night. By that time the worst was over. He had acted throughout the hours under the direction of nurse and doctor. No one but himself had touched the patient. When Patten's eyes were open, they rested on him with a weird growing belief. He begged his lordship to hold his hand, and was uneasy when he laid it down. "Keeps me up," he whispered. "He pours something into them, vigor, magnetic power, life. He's like a charged battery," Dr. Thwaite said to his co-workers. He sat down by Patten just in time. It sets one to thinking. Having saved Patten, he must save others. When a man or woman sank or had increased fever, they believed that he alone could give them help. In delirium, patients cried out for him. He found himself doing hard work, but he did not flinch from it. The adoration for him became a sort of passion. Haggard faces lighted up into life at the sound of his footstep, and heavy heads turned longingly on their pillows as he passed by. In the winter days to come there would be many an hour's talk in East End courts and alleys of the queer time when a score or more of them had lain in the great room with the dancing and floating goddesses looking down at them from the high painted ceiling, and the swell, who was a lord, walking about among them, working for them as the nurses did, and sitting by some of them through awful hours, sometimes holding burning or slackening and chilling hands, with a grip whose steadiness seemed to hold them back from the beast they were slipping into its heed. The mere ignorantly childish desire to do his prowess credit and to play him fair saved more than one man and woman from going out with the tide. It is the first time in my life that I have fairly counted among men. It's the first time I have known human affection, other than yours, Penzance. They want me, these people. They're better for the sight of me. It is a new experience, and it is good for a man's soul," he said. Chapter 43. His Chance. Betty walked much alone upon the marshes with Roland at her side. At intervals she heard from Mr. Penzance, but his notes were necessarily brief, and at other times she could only rely upon report for news of what was occurring at Mount Dunstan. Lord Mount Dunstan's almost military supervision of and command over his villagers had certainly saved them from the horrors of an uncontrollable epidemic. His decision and energy had filled the alarmed guardians with respect, and this respect had begun to be shared by many other persons. A man is prompt in action and is faithful to such responsibilities as many men might have found plausible reasons enough for shirking, inevitably assumed a certain dignity of aspect. When all was said and done, Lord Dunholm was most clear in his expressions of opinion concerning him. Lady Allenby of Dole made a practice of speaking of him in public frequently, always with admiring approval and in that final manner of hers to whose authority her neighbors had so long submitted. It began to be accepted as a fact that he was a new development of his race, as her ladyship had put it, a new order of Mount Dunstan. The story of his power over the stricken people, and of their passionate affection and admiration for him, was one likely to spread far, and be immensely popular. The drama of certain incidents appealed greatly to the rustic mind, and by cottage firesides he was represented with rapturous awe as raising men, women, and children from the dead by the mere miracle of touch. Mrs. Weldon and old Doby Reldon thrilling, almost biblical versions of current anecdotes when Betty paid her visits to them. It's like the scripture, what he done for that young man as the last breath had gone out of him, and him lying stiffening fast. Young man, arise, he says. The Lord Almighty calls. You've got a young wife and 3 children to take care of. Take up your bed and walk. Not as he wanted him to carry his bed anywheres, but it was a matter of speaking, and up the young man got. "And a sensible way," said old Mrs. Weldon frankly, "for the Lord to look at it for. I must say, miss, if I was struck down for it, though I suppose it's only my sinful ignorance that there's times when the Lord seems to think no more of sweeping away a steady 18 shillin' a week, and p'raps 7 in family, and 1 at the breast, and another on the way, than if it was nothing. But likely enough, 18 shillin' a week in Parments does seem paltry to the maker of even and earth. But to the girl walking over the marshland, the humanness of the things she heard gave to her the sense of nearness, of being almost within sight and sound, which Mount Dunstan himself had felt when each day was filled with the result of her thought of the needs of the poor souls thrown by fate into his hands. In these days, after listening to old Mrs. Weldon's anecdotes, through which she gathered the simpler truth of things, Betty was able to construct for herself a less scriptural version of what she had heard. She was glad in his sitting by a bedside and holding a hand which lay in his hot or cold, but always trusting to something which his strong body and strong soul gave without stint. There would be no restraint there. Yes, he was kind, kind with the kindness a woman loves, and which she of all women loved most. Sometimes she would sit upon some mound, and, while her eyes seemed to rest on the yellowing marsh and its birds and pools, they saw other things, and their color grew deep and dark as the marsh water between the rushes. The time was pressing when a change in her life must come. She frequently asked herself if what she saw in Nigel Anstruther's face was the normal thinking of a sane man which he himself could control. There had been moments when she had seriously doubted it. He was haggard, aging, and restless. Sometimes he always, as if by chance, followed her as she went from one room to another, and would seat himself and fix his miserable eyes upon her for so long a time that it seemed he must be unconscious of what he was doing. Then he would appear, suddenly to recollect himself, and would start up with a muttered exclamation and stalk out of the room. He spent long hours riding or driving alone about the country or wandering wretchedly through the park and gardens. Once he went up to town and, after a few days' absence, came back looking more haggard than before, and wearing a hunted look in his eyes. He had gone to see a physician and, after having seen him, he had tried to lose himself in a plunge into deep and turbid enough waters, but he found that he had even lost the taste of high flavors, for which he had once had an Epicurean palate. The effort had ended in his being overpowered again by his horrors, the horrors in which he found himself staring at that end of things when no pleasure had spice, no debauchery, the sting of life, and men, such as he, stood upon the shore of time shuddering in naked souls, watching the great tide, bearing its treasures, recede forever and leave them to the cold and hideous dark. During one day of his stay in town, he had seen Teresita, who had at first stared half frightened by the change she saw in him, and then had told him truths he could have wrung her neck for putting into words. "You look an old man," she said, with the foreign accent he had once found deliciously amusing, but which now seemed to add a sting. "And something is eating you up. You are mad in love with some beautiful one who will not look at you. I have seen it in Mance before. It is she who eats you up your evil thinkings of her. It serve you right, your eyes look mad." He himself at times suspected that they did and cursed himself because he could not keep cool. It was part of his horrors that he knew his internal furies were worse than folly, and yet he could not restrain them. The creeping suspicion that this was only the result of the simple fact that he had never tried to restrain any tendency of his own was maddening. His nervous system was a wreck. He drank a great deal of whiskey to keep himself straight during the day, and he rose many times during his black waking hours in the night to drink more because he obstinately refused to give up the hope that, if he drank enough, it would make him sleep. As through the thoughts of Mount Dunstan, who was a clean and healthy human being, there ran one thread which would not disentangle itself, so there ran through his unwholesome thinking a thread which burned like fire. His secret ravings would not have been good to hear. His passion was more than half hatred, and a desire for vengeance, for the chance to reassert his own power, to prove himself master, to get the better in one way or another of this arrogant young outsider and her high-handed pride. The condition of his mind was so far from normal that he failed to see that the things he said to himself, the plans he laid, were grotesque in their folly. The old cruel dominance of the man over the woman thing, which had seemed the mere natural working of the law among men of his race in centuries past, was awake in him amid the limitations of modern days. "My God," he said to himself more than once, "I would like to have had her in my hands a few 100 years ago. Women were kept in their places then." He was even frenzied enough to think over what he would have done if such a thing had been of her utter helplessness against that which raged in him of the gray thickness of the walls where he might have held and wrought his will upon her insult, torment, death. His alcohol-excited brain ran riot, but when it did its foolish worst, he was baffled by one thing. "Damn her!" he found himself crying out. "If I had hung her up and cut her into strips, she would have died staring at me with her big eyes without uttering a sound." There was a long reach between his imaginings and the time he lived in. America had not been discovered in those decent days, and now a man could not beat even his own wife or spend her money without being meddled with by fools. He was thinking of a New York young woman of the 19th century who could actually do as she hanged, pleased, and who pleased to be damned high and mighty. For that reason in itself, it was incumbent upon a man to get even with her in one way or another. High and mightiness was not the hardest thing to reach. It offered a good aim. His temper when he returned to Stornham was of the order which in past years had set Rosalie and her child shuddering, and had sent the servants about the house with pale or sullen faces. Betty's presence had the odd effect of restraining him, and he even told her so with sneering resentment. "There would be the devil to pay if you were not here," he said. "You keep me in order, by Jove. I can't work up steam properly when you watch me." He himself knew that it was likely that some change would take place. She would not stay at Stornham, and she would not leave his wife and child alone with him again. It would be like her to hold her tongue until she was ready with her infernal plans and could spring them on him. Her letters to her father had probably prepared him for such action as such a man would be likely to take. He could guess what it would be. They were free and easy enough in America in their dealings with the marriage tie. Their idea would doubtless be a divorce with custody of the child. He wondered a little that they had remained quiet so long. There had been American shrewdness in her coming boldly to Stornham to look over the ground herself and actually set the place in order. It did not present itself to his mind that what she had done had been no part of a scheme, but the mere result of her temperament and training. He told himself that it had been planned beforehand and carried out in hard-headed, commercial American fashion as a matter of business. The thing which most enraged him was the implied cool, practical realization of the fact that he, as inheritor of an entailed estate, was but owner in charge, and not young enough to be regarded as an insurmountable obstacle to their plans. He could not undo the greater part of what had been done, and they were calculating, he argued, that his would not be likely to be a long life, and if anything happened, Stornham would be Uxtrid's, and the whole vulgar lot of them would come over and take possession, and swagger about the place as if they had been born on it. As to divorce or separation, if they took that line, he would at least give them a good run for their money. They would wish they had let sleeping dogs lie before the thing was over. The right kind of lawyer could bully Rosalie into saying anything he chose on the witness stand. There was not much limit to the evidence a man could bring if he was experienced enough to be circumstantial and knew whom he was dealing with. The very fact that the little fool could be made to appear to have been so sly and sanctimonious would stir the gall of any jury of men. His own condoning the matter for the sake of his sensitive boy, deformed by his mother's unrestrained and violent hysteria before his birth, would go a long way. Let them get there. Divorce, they would have paid for it, the whole lot of them, the beautiful Miss Vanderpool and all. Such a story as the newspapers would revel in would not be a recommendation to Englishmen of unsmirched reputation. Then his exultation would suddenly drop as his mental excitement produced its effect of inevitable physical fatigue. Even if he made them pay for getting their own way, what would happen to himself afterwards? No morbid vanity of self-bolstering could make the outlook anything but unpromising. If he had not had such diabolical luck in his few investments, he could have lived his own life. As it was, old Vanderpool would possibly condescend to make him some insufficient allowance, because Rosalie would wish that it might be done, and he would be expected to drag out to the end the kind of life a man pensioned by his wife's relatives inevitably does. If he attempted to live in the country, he should blow out his brains. When his depression was at its worst, he saw himself aging and shabby, rambling about from one cheap continental town to another, blackballed by good clubs, cold-shouldered even by the Teresitas, cut off from society by his limited means, and the stories his wife's friends would spread. He ground his teeth when he thought of Betty. Her splendid vitality had done something to life for him, had given it savor. When he had come upon her in the avenue his blood had stirred, even though it had been maliciously, and there had been spice in his very resentment of her presence. And she would go away. He would not be likely to see her again if his wife broke with him. She would be swept out of his days. It was hideous to think of, and his rage would overpower him, and his nerves go to pieces again. "What are you going to do?" he broke forth suddenly one evening, when he found himself temporarily alone with her. "You are going to do something. I see it in your eyes." He had been for some time watching her from behind his newspaper, while she, with an unread book upon her lap, had, in fact, been thinking deeply and putting to herself serious questions. Her answer made him stir rather uncomfortably. "I am going to write to my father to ask him to come to England." So this was what she had been preparing to spring upon him. He laughed insolently. "To ask him to come here? With your permission? With mine? Does an American father-in-law wait for permission? Is there any practical reason why you should prefer that he should not come?" He left his seat and walked over to her. "Yes, your sending for him is a declaration of war. It need not be so. Why should it? In this case, I happen to be aware that it is. The choice is your own, I suppose," with ready bravado, "that you and he are prepared to face the consequences. But is Rosalie, and is your mother? My father is a businessman and will know what can be done. He will know what is worth doing," she answered, without noticing his question. But, she added the word slowly, I have been making up my mind before I write to him to say something to you, to ask you a question. He made a mock sentimental gesture. To ask me to spare my wife, to remember that she is the mother of my child. She passed over that also. To ask you if there is no possible way in which all this unhappiness can be ended decently. The only decent way of ending it would be that there should be no further interference. Let Rosalie supply the decency by showing me the consideration due from a wife to her husband. The place has been put in order. It was not for my benefit, and I have no money to keep it up. Let Rosalie be provided with means to do it. As he spoke the words, he realized that he had opened a way for embarrassing comment. He expected her to remind him that Rosalie had not come to him without money. But she said nothing about the matter. She never said the things he expected to hear. You do not want Rosalie for your wife, she went on, but you could treat her courteously without loving her. You could allow her the privileges other men's wives were allowed. You need not separate her from her family. You could allow her father and mother to come to her and leave her free to go to them sometimes. Will you not agree to that? Will you not let her live peaceably in her own simple way? She is very gentle and humble and would ask nothing more. She is a fool, he exclaimed furiously, a fool. She will stay where she is and do as I tell her. You knew what she was when you married her. She was simple and girlish and pretended to be nothing she was not. You chose to marry her and take her from the people who loved her. You broke her spirit and her heart. You would have killed her if I had not come in time to prevent it. I will kill her yet if you leave her, his folly made him say. You are talking like a feudal lord, holding the power of life and death in his hands, she said. Power like that is ancient history. You can hurt no one who has friends without being punished. It was the old story. She filled him with a desire to shake or disturb her at any cost, and he did his utmost. If she was proposing to make terms with him, he would show her whether he would accept them or not. He let her hear all he had said to himself in his worst moments, all that he had argued concerning what she and her people would do, and what his own actions would be, all his intention to make them pay the uttermost farthing in humiliation if he could not frustrate them. His methods would be definite enough. He had not watched his wife and Folliot for weeks to no end. He had known what he was dealing with. He had put other people upon the track, and they would testify for him. He poured forth unspeakable statements and intimations, going, as usual, further than he had known he should go when he began. Under the spur of excitement, his imagination served him well. At last he paused. Well, he put it to her, what have you to say? I, with the remote intent curiosity growing in her eyes. I have nothing to say. I am leaving you to say things. You will, of course, try to deny, he insisted. No, I shall not. Why should I? You may assume your air of magnificence, but I am dealing with uncomfortable factors. He stopped in spite of himself, and then burst forth in a new order of rage. You are trying some confounded experiment on me. What is it? She rose from her chair to go out of the room, and stood a moment, holding her book half open in her hand. Yes, I suppose it might be called an experiment, was her answer. Perhaps it was a mistake. I wanted to make quite sure of something. Of what? I did not want to leave anything undone. I did not want to believe that any man could exist who had not one touch of decent feeling to redeem him. It did not seem human. White dents showed themselves about his nostrils. Well, you have found one, he cried. You have a lashing tongue, by God, when you choose to let it go, but I could teach you a good many things, my girl. And before I have done you will have learned most of them. But though he threw himself into a chair and laughed aloud as she left him, he knew that his arrogance and bullying were proving poor weapons, though they had done him good service all his life. And he knew, too, that it was mere simple truth that, As a result of the intellectual, ethical vagaries he scathingly derided, she had actually been giving him a sort of chance to retrieve himself, and that if he had been another sort of man he might have taken it. Chapter 44. A Footstep. It was cold enough for fires in halls and bedrooms, and Lady Anstruthers often sat over hers and watched the glowing bed of coals with a fixed thoughtfulness of look. She was so sitting when her sister went to her room to talk to her, and she looked up questioningly when the door closed and Betty came towards her. "You have come to tell me something," she said. A slight shade of anxiousness showed itself in her eyes, and Betty sat down by her and took her hand. She had come because what she knew was that Rosalie must be prepared for any step taken, and the time had arrived when she must not be allowed to remain in ignorance even of things it would be unpleasant to put into words. "Yes," she answered. "I want to talk to you about something I have decided to do. I think I must write to Father and ask him to come to us." Rosalie turned white, but though her lips parted as if she were going to speak, she said nothing. "Do not be frightened," Betty said. "I believe it is the only thing to do." I know," Betty went on, holding the hand a little closer. "When I came here, you were too weak physically to be able to face even the thought of a struggle. I saw that. I was afraid it must come in the end, but I knew that at that time you could not bear it. It would have killed you and might have killed Mother if I had not waited, and until you were stronger, I knew I must wait and reason coolly about you, about everything." "I used to guess sometimes," said Lady Anstruthers. "I can tell you about it now." "You are not as you were then," Betty said. "I did not know Nigel at first, and I felt I ought to see more of him. I wanted to make sure that my child hatred of him did not make me unfair. I even tried to hope that when he came back and found the place in order and things going well, he might recognize the wisdom of behaving with decent kindness to you. If he had done that, I knew Father would have provided for you both, though he would not have left him the opportunity to do again what he did before. No businessman would allow such a thing as that. But as time has gone by, I have seen I was mistaken in hoping for a respectable compromise. Even if he were given a free hand, he would not change. And now—" She hesitated, feeling it difficult to choose such words as would not be too unpleasant. How was she to tell Rosie of the ugly, morbid situation which made ordinary passiveness impossible? "Now there is a reason," she began again. To her surprise and relief, it was Rosalie who ended for her. She spoke with the painful courage which strong affection gives a weak thing. Her face was pale, no, longer, but slightly reddened, and she lifted the hand which held hers and kissed it. "You shall not say it," she interrupted her. "I will. There is a reason now why you cannot stay here, why you shall not stay here. That was why I begged you to go. You must go, even if I stay behind alone." Never had the beautiful Miss Vanderpoel's eyes worn so fully their look of being bluebells under water. That this timid creature should so stand at bay to defend her was more moving than anything else could have been. "Thank you, Rosie, thank you," she answered. "But you shall not be left alone. You must go too. There is no other way. Difficulties will be made for us, but we must face them. Father will see the situation from a practical man's standpoint. Men know the things other men cannot do. Women don't. Generally, they know nothing about the law and can be bullied into feeling that it is dangerous and compromising to inquire into it. Nigel has always seen that it was easy to manage women. A strong businessman who has more exact legal information than he has himself will be a new factor to deal with, and he cannot make objectionable love to him. It is because he knows these things that he says that my sending for Father will be a declaration of war." "Did he say that?" A little breathlessly. "Yes, and I told him that it need not be so, but he would not listen." "And you are sure Father will come?" "I am sure. In a week or two he will be here." Lady Anstruthers' lips shook. Her eyes lifted themselves to Betty's in a touchingly distressed appeal. Had her momentary courage fled beyond recall? If so, that would be the worst, coming to the worst indeed. Yet it was not ordinary fear which expressed itself in her face, but a deeper piteousness, a sudden hopeless pain, baffling because it seemed a new emotion, or perhaps the upheaval of an old one long and carefully hidden. "You will be brave," Betty appealed to her. "You will not give way, Rosie." "Yes, I must be brave. I am not ill now. I must not fail you. I won't, Betty." But she slipped upon the floor and dropped her face upon the girl's knee, sobbing. Betty bent over her, putting her arms round the heaving shoulders and pleading with her to speak. Was there something more to be told? Something she did not know? "Yes, yes. Oh, I ought to have told you long ago, but I have always been afraid and ashamed. It has made everything so much worse. I was afraid you would not understand and would think me wicked." It was Betty who now lost a shade of color, but she held the slim little body closer and kissed her sister's cheek. "What have you been afraid and ashamed to tell me? Do not be ashamed any more. You must not hide anything, no matter what it is, Rosie. I shall understand. I know I must not hide anything, now that all is over and father is coming. It is about Mr. Folliot." "Mr. Folliot?" repeated Betty quite softly. Lady Anstruther's face, lifted with desperate effort, was like a weeping child's. So much so in its tear-wet simpleness and utter lack of any effort at concealment, that after one quick look at it, Betty's hastened pulses ceased to beat at double. "Quick time, tell me, dear," she almost whispered. "Mr. Folliot himself does not know, and I could not help it. He was kind to me when I was dying of unkindness. You don't know what it was like to be drowning in loneliness and misery, and to see one good hand stretched out to help you before he went away. Oh, Betty, I know it was awful because I was married. I began to care for him very much, and I have cared for him ever since. I cannot stop myself caring, even though I am terrified." Betty kissed her again with the passion of tender pity. Poor little simple Rosie, too. The tide had crept around her also and had swept her off her feet, tossing her upon its surf like a wisp of seaweed and bearing her each day farther from firm shore. "Do not be terrified," she said. "You need only be afraid. If you had told him, he will never know. Never." Once in the middle of the night, there was anguish in the delicate face. Pure anguish. A strange loud cry wakened me, and it was I myself who had cried out, because in my sleep it had come home to me that the years would go on, and at last some day he would die and go out of the world, and I should die, and go out of the world, and I should die, and go out of the world. And he would never know, even now. Betty's clasp of her loosened, and she sat very still, looking straight before her into some unseen place. "Yes," she said involuntarily. "Yes, I know, I know, I know." Lady Anstruthers fell back a little to gaze at her. You know," she breathed. "Betty." But Betty at first did not speak. Her lovely eyes dwelt on the far-away place. "Betty," whispered Rosie, "do you know what you have said?" The lovely eyes turned slowly towards her, and the soft corners of Betty's mouth deepened in a curious unsteadiness. "Yes, I did not intend to say it, but it is true." "I know, I know, I know. Do not ask me how." Rosalie flung her arms round her waist and for a moment hid her face. You!" she murmured, but stopped herself almost as she uttered the exclamation. "I will not ask you," she said when she spoke again. "But now I shall not be so ashamed. You are a beauty and wonderful, and I am not, but if you now, that makes us almost the same. You will understand why I broke down. It was because I could not bear to think of what will happen. I shall be saved and taken home, but Nigel will wreak revenge on him, and I shall be the shame that is put upon him only because he was kind, Kind. When father comes, it will all begin." She wrung her hands, becoming almost hysterical. "Hush," said Betty. "Hush. A man like that cannot be hurt, even by a man like Nigel. There is a way out, there is. Oh, Rosie, we must believe it." She soothed and caressed her and led her on to relieving her long locked-up misery by speech. It was easy to see the ways in which her feeling had made her life harder to bear. She was as inexperienced as a girl and had accused herself cruelly. When Nigel had tormented her with evil, carefully chosen taunts, she had felt half guilty and had colored scarlet or turned pale, afraid to meet his sneeringly smiling face. She had tried to forget the kind voice, the kindly, understanding eyes, and had blamed herself as a criminal because she could not. "I had nothing else to remember but unhappiness, and it seemed as if I could not help but remember him," she said as simply as the Rosie who had left New York at 19 might have said it. "I was afraid to trust myself to speak his name. When Nigel made insulting speeches, I could not answer him. And he used to say that women who had adventures should train their faces not to betray them every time they were looked at." "Oh!" broke from Betty's lips, and she stood up on the hearth and threw out her hands. "I wish that for one day I might be a man and your brother instead of your sister." "Why?" Betty smiled strangely, a smile which was not amused, which was perhaps not a smile at all. Her voice as she answered was at once low and tense. "Because then I should know what to do, when a male creature cannot be reach through manhood or decency or shame. There is one way in which he can be punished. A man, a real man, should take him by his throat and lash him with a whip while others look on, lash him until howls aloud like a dog." She had not expected to say it, but she had said it. Lady Anstruthers looked at her fascinated, and then she covered her face with her hands, huddling herself in a heap as she knelt on the rug, looking singularly small and frail. "Betty," she said presently in a new, awful little voice, I will tell you something I never thought I should dare to tell anyone alive. I have shuddered at it myself. There have been days, awful, helpless days, when I was sure there was no hope for me in all the world, when deep down in my soul I understood what women felt when they murder people crept to them in their wicked sleep and Esther hucked them again and again. Like that." She sat up suddenly, as if she did not know what she was doing, and uncovering her little ghastly face, struck downward 3 fierce times at nothingness, but as if it were not nothingness, and as if she held something in her hand. There was horror in it. Betty sprang at the hand and caught it. "No, no," she cried out. "Poor little Rosie, darling little Rosie, no, 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 no." That instant Lady Anstruthers looked up at her shocked and awake. She was Rosie again, and clung to her, holding to her dress, piteous and panting. "No, no," she said. "When it came to me in the night. It was always in the night I used to get out of bed and pray that it might never, never come again, and that I might be forgiven, just forgiven. It was too horrible that I should even understand it so well." A woeful, wry little smile twisted her mouth. "I was not brave enough to have done it. I could never have done it, Betty. But the thought was there. It was there. I used to think it had made a black mark on my soul." The letter took long to write. It led a consecutive story up to the point where it culminated in a situation which presented itself as no longer to be dealt with by means at hand. Parts of the story previous letters had related, though some of them it had not seemed absolutely necessary to relate in detail. Now they must be made clear, and Betty made them so. "Because you trusted me, you made me trust myself," was one of the things she wrote. "For some time I felt that it was best to fight for my own hand without troubling you. I hoped perhaps I might be able to lead things to a decorous sort of issue. I saw that secretly Rosie hoped and prayed that it might be possible. She gave up expecting happiness before she was 20, and mere decent peace would have seemed heaven to her, if she could have been allowed sometimes to see those. she loved and longed for. Now that I must give up my hope, which was perhaps a rather foolish one, and now that I cannot remain at Stornham, she would have no defense at all if she were left alone. Her condition would be more hopeless than before, because Nigel would never forget that we had tried to rescue her and had failed. If I were a man, or if I were very much older, I need not be actually driven away, but as it is, I think that you must come and take the matter into your own hands. She had remained in her sister's room until long after midnight, and by the time the American letter was completed and sealed, a pale touch of dawning light was showing itself. She rose and going to the window drew the blind up and looked out. The looking out made her open the window, and when she had done so she stood feeling the almost unearthly freshness of the morning about her. The mystery of the first faint light was almost unearthly too. Trees and shrubs were beginning to take form and outline themselves against the still pallor of the dawn. Before long the waking of the birds would begin, a brief chirping note, here and there breaking the silence and warning the world with faint insistence that it had begun to live again and must bestir itself. She had got out of her bed sometimes on a summer morning to watch the beauty of it, to see the flowers gradually reveal their color to the eye, to hear the warmly nesting things begin their joyous day. There were fewer bird sounds now, and the garden beds were autumnal, but how beautiful it all was! How wonderful life in such a place might be if flowers and birds and sweep of sward and mass of stately broad-branched trees were parts of the home one loved, and which surely would in its own way love one in return. But soon all this phase of life would be over. Rosalie, once safe at home, would look back, remembering the place with a shudder. As Uchtred grew older, the passing of years would dim miserable child memories, and when his inheritance fell to him, he might return to see it with happier eyes. She began to picture to herself Rosie's voyage in the ship which would carry her across the D.B. Atlantic to her mother, and the scenes connected in her mind only with a girl's happiness. Whatsoever happened before it took place, the voyage would be made in the end, and Rosalie would be like a creature in a dream, a heavenly, unbelievable dream. Betty could imagine how she would look wrapped up and sitting in her steamer chair, gazing out with rapturous eyes upon the racing waves. She will be happy, she thought, but I shall not. No, I shall not. She drew in the morning air and unconsciously turned towards the place where, across the rising and falling land and behind the trees, she knew the great white house stood far away, with watchers' lights showing dimly behind the line of ballroom windows. I do not know how such a thing could be. I do not know how such a thing could be, she said. It could not. And she lifted a high head, not even asking herself what remote sense in her being so obstinately defied, and threw down the glove to fate. Sounds gain a curious distinctness and meaning in the hour of the break of the dawn. In such an hour they seem even more significant than sounds heard in the dead of night. When she had gone to the window she had fancied that she heard something in the corridor outside her door, but when she had listened there had been only silence. Now there was sound again, that of a softly moved, slippered foot. She went to the room's center and waited. Yes, certainly something had stirred in the passage. She went to the door itself. The dragging step had hesitated, stopped. Could it be Rosalie who had come to her for something? For 1 second her impulse was to open the door herself. The next, she had changed her mind with a sense of shock. Someone had actually touched the handle and very delicately turned it. It was not pleasant to stand looking at it and see it turn. She heard a low, evidently unintentionally uttered exclamation, and she turned away, and with no attempt at softening the sound of her footsteps, walked across the room, hot with passionate disgust. As well as if she had flung the door open, she knew who stood outside. It was Nigel Anstruthers, haggard and unseemly, with burned out, sleepless eyes and bitten lip. Bad and mad as she had at last seen the situation to be, it was uglier and more desperate than she could well know. Chapter 45. The Passing Bell. The following morning Sir Nigel did not appear at the breakfast table. He breakfasted in his own room, and it became known throughout the household that he had suddenly decided to go away, and his man was packing for the journey. What the journey or the reason for its being taken happened to be were things not explained to anyone but Lady Anstruthers, at the door of whose dressing-room he appeared without warning, just as she was leaving it. Rosalie started when she found herself confronting him. His eyes looked hot and hollow with feverish sleeplessness. "You look ill," she exclaimed involuntarily. "You look as if you had not slept." "Thank you. You always encourage a man." "I am not in the habit of sleeping much," he answered. "I am going away for my health. It is as well you should know. I am going to look up old Broadmoorlands. I want to know exactly where he is, in case it becomes necessary for me to see him. I also require some trifling data connected with Effoliate. If your father is coming, it will be as well to be able to lay my hands on things. You can explain to Betty. Good morning." He waited for no reply, but wheeled about and left her. Betty herself wore a changed face when she came down. A cloud had passed over her blooming, as clouds pass over a morning sky and dim it. Rosalie asked herself if she had not noticed something like this before. She began to think she had. Yes, she was sure that at intervals there had been moments when she had glanced at the brilliant face with an uneasy and yet half unrealizing sense of looking at a glowing light temporarily waning. The feeling had been unrealizable because it was not to be explained. Betty was never ill. She was never low-spirited. She was never out of humor or afraid of things. That was why it was so wonderful to live with her. But yes, it was true. There had been days when the strong, fine light of her had waned. Lady Anstruthers' comprehension of it arose now from her memory of the look she had seen the night before in the eyes which suddenly had gazed straight before her as into an unknown place. Yes, I know, and the tone in the girl's voice had been one Rosie had not heard before. Slight wonder if you know at any outward change which showed itself, though in your own most desperate despite. It would be so even with Betty, who, in her sister's eyes, was unlike any other creature. But perhaps it would be better to make no comment. To make comment would be almost like asking the question she had been forbidden to ask. While the servants were in the room during breakfast, they talked of common things, resorting even to the weather and the news of the village. Afterwards, they passed into the morning room together, and Betty put her arm around Rosalie and kissed her. "Nigel has suddenly gone away, I hear," she said. "Do you know where he has gone?" "He came to my dressing-room to tell me." Betty felt the whole slim body stiffen itself with a determination to seem calm. "He said he was going to find out where the old Duke of Broadmoorlands was staying at present." "There is some forethought in that," was Betty's answer. "He is not on such terms with the Duke that he can expect to be received as a casual visitor. It will require apt contrivance to arrange an interview. I wonder if he will be able to accomplish it?" "Yes, he will," said Lady Anstruthers. "I think he can always contrive things like that." She hesitated a moment and then added, "He said also that he wished to find out certain things about Mr. Folliot, trifling data. He called it that he might be able to lay his hands on things if father came. He told me to explain to you. That was intended for a taunt, but it's a warning," Betty said, thinking the thing over. "We are rather like ladies left alone to defend a besieged castle. He wished us to feel that." She tightened her enclosing arm. "But we stand together. We shall not fail each other. We can face siege until father comes. You wrote to him last night, a long letter which I wish him to receive before he sails. He might decide to act upon it before leaving New York, to advise with some legal authority he knows and trusts, to prepare our mother in some way to do some wise thing we cannot foresee the value of. He has known the outline of the story, but not exact details, particularly recent ones. I have held back nothing. It was necessary he should know. I am going out to post the letter myself. I shall send a cable asking him to prepare to come to us after he has reflected on what I have written." Rosalie was very quiet, but when, having left the room to prepare to go to the village, Biddy came back to say a last word, her sister came to her and laid her hand on her arm. "I have been so weak and trodden upon for years that it would not be natural for you to quite trust me," she said. "But I won't fail you, Betty, I won't." The winter was drawing in. The last autumn days were short and often gray and dreary. The wind had swept the leaves from the trees and scattered them over parklands and lanes, where they lay a mellow-hued, rustling carpet, shifting with each chill breeze that blew. The buried bryony garlands clung to the bared hedges, and here and there flared scarlet, still holding their red defiantly, until hard frost should come to shrivel and blacken them. The rare hours of sunshine were amber hours instead of golden. As she passed through the park gate, Betty was thinking of the first morning on which she had walked down the village street between the irregular rows of red-tiled cottages with the ragged little enclosing gardens. Then the air and sunshine had been of the just awakening spring. Now the sky was brightly cold, and through the small paned windows she caught glimpses of fire-glow. A bent old man walking very slowly, leaning upon two sticks, had a red-brown woolen muffler wrapped round his neck. Seeing her, he stopped and shuffled the two sticks into one hand that he might leave the other free to touch his wrinkled forehead stiffly, his face stretching into a slow smile as she stopped to speak to him. "Good morning, Marlowe," he said. "How is the rheumatism today?" He was a deaf old man whose conversation was carried on principally by guesswork, and it was easy for him to gather that when her ladyship's handsome young sister had given him greeting, she had not forgotten to inquire respecting the rheumatics which formed the greater part of existence. "Mornin', Miss Mornin'," he answered in the high cracked voice of rural ancientry. "Winter be nigh, and they damp days be full of rheumatize. 'Tent easy to get about on my old legs, but I be main thankful for they warm things you sent, miss." This air, fumbling at his red-brown muffler proudly. "'Tis a comfort on windy days, so 'tis, and warmth be a good thing to a man when he be going downhill in years. All of you who are not able to earn your own fires shall be warm this winter," her ladyship's handsome sister said, speaking closer to his ear. "You shall all be warm. Don't be afraid of the cold days coming." He shuffled his sticks and touched his forehead again, looking up at her admiringly and chuckling. "'Twill be a new tale for Stornham village," he cackled. "'Twill be a new tale. Thankee, miss, thankee." As she nodded smilingly and passed on, she heard him cackling still under his breath as he hobbled on his slow way, comforted and elate. How almost shamefully easy it was. A few loads of coal and faggots here and there, a few blankets and warm garments whose cost counted for so little when one's hands were full, could change a gruesome village winter into a season during which labor stiffened in broken old things, closing their cottage doors, could draw their chairs round the hearth and hover luxuriously over the red glow, which in its comforting fashion of seeming to have understanding of the dull dreams in old as was many a puspid at her vera. But she had not needed her passing speech with Marlowe to stimulate realization of how much she had learned to care for the mere living among these people to whom she seemed to have begun to belong, and whose comfortably lighting faces when they met her showed that they knew her to be one who might be turned to in any hour of trouble or dismay. The centuries which had trained them to depend upon their betters had taught the slowest of them to judge with keen sight those who were to be trusted, not alone as power and wealth holders, but as creatures humanly upright and merciful with their kind. "Workin' folk Alice knows gentry," old Doby had once shrilled to her. "Gentry's gentry, and us knows 'em wheresoever they be, better'n they know theirselves. So us do." Yes, they knew. And though they accepted many things as being merely their natural rights, they gave an unsentimental affection and appreciation in return. The patriarchal note in the life was lovable to her. Each creature she passed was a sort of friend who seemed almost of her own blood. It had come to that. This particular existence was more satisfying to her than any other, more heart-filling and warmly complete. Though I am only an impostor, she thought. I was born in Fifth Avenue, yet since I have known this, I shall be quite happy in no other place than an English village, with a Norman church tower looking down upon it, and rows of little gardens with spears of white and blue lupins and Canterbury bells standing guard before cottage doors. And Rosalie, on the evening of that first strange day when she had come upon her piteous figure among the heather under the trees near the lake, Rosalie had held her arm with a hot little hand and had said feverishly, "If I could hear the roar of Broadway again." Do the stages rattle as they used to, Betty? I can't help hoping that they do. She carried her letter to the post and stopped to talk a few minutes with the postmaster, who transacted his official business in a small shop where sides of bacon and hams hung suspended from the ceiling, while groceries, flannels, dress prints, and glass bottles of sweet stuff filled the shelves. Mr. Tyson's was the central point of Stornham in a commercial sense. The establishment had also certain social qualifications. Mr. Tyson knew the secrets of all hearts within the village radius, also the secrets of all constitutions. He knew by some occult means who had been taken bad or who had taken a turn, and was aware at once when anyone was sinking fast. With such differences of opinion as occasionally arose between the vicar and his churchwardens, he was immediately familiar. The history of the fever among the hop pickers at Dunstan village he had been able to relate in detail from the moment of its outbreak. It was he who had first dramatically revealed the truth of the action Miss Vanderpool had taken in the matter, which revelation had aroused such enthusiasm as had filled the Clock Inn to overflowing and given an impetus to the sale of beer. Tread, it was said, had even made a speech which he had ended with vague but excellent intentions by proposing the joint healths of her ladyship's sister and the President of America. Mr. Tyson was always glad to see Miss Vanderpool cross his threshold. This was not alone because she represented the custom of the court, which since her arrival had meant large regular orders and large bills promptly paid, but that she brought with her an exotic atmosphere of interest and excitement. He had mentioned to friends that somehow a talk with her made him feel set up for the day. Betty was not at all sure that he did not prepare and hoard up choice remarks or bits of information as openings to conversation. This morning he had thrilling news for her, and began with it at once. "Dr. Fenwick at Stornham is very low, miss," he said. "He's very low, you'll be sorry to hear. The worry about the fever upset him terrible and his bronchitis took him bad. He's an old man, you know." Miss Vanderpool was very sorry to hear it. It was quite in the natural order of things that she should ask other questions about Dunstan village and the Mount, and she asked several. The fever was dying out and pale convalescents were sometimes seen in the village or strolling about the park. His lordship was taking care of the people, and doing his best for them until they should be strong enough to return to their homes. But he's very strict about making it plain that it's you, miss. They have to thank for what he does." "That is not quite just," said Miss Vanderpool. "He and Mr. Penzance fought on the field. I only supplied some of the ammunition. The county doesn't think of him as it did even a year ago, miss," said Tyson rather smugly. "He was very ill thought of then among the gentry. It's wonderful the change that's come about. If he should fall ill, there'll be a deal of sympathy." "I hope there is no question of his falling ill," said Miss Vanderpool. Mr. Tyson lowered his voice confidentially. This was really his most valuable item of news. "Well, miss," he admitted, "I have heard that he's been looking very bad for a good bit, and it was told me quite private, because the doctors and the vicar don't want the people to be upset by hearing it that for a week he's not been well enough to make his rounds." Oh, the exclamation was a faint one, but it was an exclamation. I hope that means nothing really serious, Miss Vanderpool added. Everyone will hope so. Yes, miss, said Mr. Tewson, deftly twisting the string round the package he was tying up for her. A sad reward it would be if he lost his life, after doing all he has done. A sad reward, but there'd be a good deal of sympathy. The small package contained trifles of sewing and knitting materials she was going to take to Mrs. Weldon, and she held out her hand for it. She knew she did not smile quite naturally as she said her good morning to Tewson. She went out into the pale amber sunshine and stood a few moments, glad to find herself bathed in it again. She suddenly needed air and light, a sad reward. Sometimes people were not rewarded. Brave men were shot dead on the battlefield when they were doing brave things. Brave physicians and nurses died of the plagues they faithfully wrestled with. Here were dread and pain confronting her, Betty. Vanderpool, and while almost everyone else seemed to have faced them, she was wholly unused to their appalling clutch. What a life hers had been that in looking back over it she should realize that she had never been touched by anything like this before. There came back to her the look of almost awed wonder in G. Selden's honest eyes when he said what it must be to be you, just you. He had been thinking only of the millions and of the freedom from all everyday anxieties the millions gave. She smiled faintly as the thought crossed her brain. The millions! The rolling up of them year by year because millions were breeders. The newspaper stories of them, the wonder at and belief in their power. It was all going on just as before, and yet here stood a Vanderpool in an English village street, of no more worth as far as power to aid herself went than Joe Buttle's girl, with the thick waist and round red cheeks. Jenny Buttle would have believed that her ladyship's rich American sister could do anything she chose, open any door, command any presence, sweep aside any obstacle with a wave of her hand. But of the two, Jenny Buttle's path would have laid straighter before her. If she had had a young man who had fallen ill, she would have been free if his mother had cherished no objection to their walking out to spend all her spare hours in his cottage, making gruel and poultices, crying until her nose and eyes were red, and pouring forth her hopes and fears to any neighbor who came in or out or hung over the dividing garden hedge. If the patient died, the deeper her mourning and the louder her sobs at his funeral, the more respectable and deserving of sympathy and admiration would Jenny Buttle have been counted. Her ladyship's rich American sister had no young men. She had not at any time been asked to walk out. Even in the dark days of the fever, each of which had carried thought and action of hers to the scene of trouble, there had reigned unbroken silence, except for the vicar's notes of warm and appreciative gratitude. "You are very obstinate, Fergus," Mr. Penzance had said. And Mount Dunstan had shaken his head fiercely and answered, "Don't speak to me about it. Only obstinacy will save me from behaving like other blackguards." Mr. Penzance, carefully polishing his eyeglasses as he watched him, was not sparing in his comment. "That is pure folly," he said. "Pure bull-necked, stubborn folly, charging with its head down. Before it has done with you, it will have made you suffer quite enough." "Be sure of that," Mount Dunstan had said, setting his teeth as he sat in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head and glowering into space. Mr. Penzance quietly, speculatively, looked him over, and reflected aloud, or so it sounded. It is a big-boned and big-muscled characteristic, but there are things which are stronger. Some 1 minute will arrive, just 1 minute which will be stronger, one of those moments when the mysteries of the universe are at work. "Don't speak to me like that, I tell you." Mount Dunstan broke out passionately, and he sprang up and marched out of the room like an angry man. Miss Vanderpool did not go to Mrs. Weldon's cottage at once, but walked past its door down the lane, where there were no more cottages but only hedges and fields on either side of her. Not well enough to make his rounds might mean much or little. It might mean a temporary breakdown from over-fatigue, or a sickening for deadly illness. She looked at a group of cropping sheep in a field and at a flock of rooks which had just alighted near it with cawing and flapping of wings. She kept her eyes on them merely to steady herself. The thoughts she had brought out with her had grown heavier and were horribly difficult to control. One must not allow oneself to believe the worst will come. One must not allow it. She always held this rule before herself, and now she was not holding it steadily. There was nothing to do. She could write a mere note of inquiry to Mr. Penzance, but that was all. She could only walk up and down the lanes and think whether he lay dying or not. She could do nothing, even if a day came when she knew that a pit had been dug in the clay, and he had been lowered into it with creaking ropes, and the clods shoveled back upon him, where he lay still, never having told her that he was glad that her being had turned to him, and her heart cried aloud his name. She recalled with curious distinctness the effect of the steady toll of the church bell, the passing bell. She could hear it, as she had heard it the first time it fell upon her ear, and she had inquired what it meant. Why did they call it the passing bell? All had passed before it began to toll. All had passed. If it tolled at Dunstan, and the pit was dug in the churchyard before her father came, would he see, the moment they met, that something had befallen her, that the Betty he had known was changed, gone? Yes, he would see. Affection such as his always saw. Then he would sit alone with her in some quiet room and talk to her, and she would tell him the strange thing that had happened. He would understand perhaps better than she. She stopped abruptly in her walk and stood still. The hand holding her package was quite cold. This was what one must not allow oneself. But how the thoughts had raced through her brain! She turned and hastened her steps towards Mrs. Weldon's cottage. In Mrs. Weldon's tiny backyard there stood a coal lodge, suited to the size of the domicile and already stacked with a full winter's supply of coal. Therefore, the well-polished and cleanly little grate in the living room was bright with fire. Old Doby, who had tottered round the corner to pay his fellow gossip a visit, was sitting by it, and old Mrs. Weldon, clean as to cap and apron and small purple shoulder shawl, had evidently been allaying his natural anxiety as to the conduct of foreign sovereigns by reading in a loud voice the print under the pictures in an illustrated paper. This occupation had, however, been interrupted a few moments before Miss Vanderpool's arrival. Mrs. Bester, the neighbor in the next cottage, had stepped in with her youngest on her hip and was talking breathlessly. She paused to drop her curtsy as Betty entered, and old Doby stood up and made his salute with a trembling hand. "She'll know," he said. "Gentry knows the ins and outs of gentry fust. She'll know the rights." "What has happened?" Mrs. Bester unexpectedly burst into tears. There was an element in the female villager's temperament which Betty had found was frequently unexpected in its breaking forth. "He's down, miss," she said. "He's down with it cruel bad. There'll be no savin' off him none." Betty laid her package of sewing cotton and knitting wool quietly on the blue and white check tablecloth. "Who is he?" she asked. "His lordship and him just saved all Dunstan parish from death to go like this." In Stornham village, and in all others of the neighborhood, the feminine attitude towards Mount Dunstan had been one of strongly emotional admiration. The thwarted female longing for romance, the desire for drama and a hero, had been fed by him. A fine, big young man, one that had been spoke ill of and regarded as an outcast, had suddenly turned the tables on fortune and made himself the central figure of the county, the talk of gentry in their grand houses, of cottage women on their doorsteps, and laborers stopping to speak to each other by the roadside. Magic stories had been told of him, beflowered with dramatic detail. No incident could have been related to his credit which would not have been believed and improved upon. Shut up in his village, working among his people and unseen by outsiders, he had become a popular idol. Any scrap of news of him, any rumor true or untrue, was seized upon and excitedly spread abroad. Therefore Mrs. Bester wept as she talked, and if the truth must be told, enjoyed the situation, she was the first to tell the story to her ladyships. Sister herself, as well as to Mrs. Weldon and old Doby. "It's Tom has brought it in," she said. "He's my brother, miss, and he's one of the ringers. He heard it from Jem Westgate, and he heard it at Toomey's farm. They've been keeping it hid at the Mount, because the people that's ill hangs on his lordship, so that the doctors daren't let them know the truth. They've been told he had to go to London and may come back any day. What Tom was saying, miss, was that we'd all know when it was over, for we'd hear the church bell toll here, same as it had toll at Dunstan, because they ringers have talked it over, and they're going to talk it over today with the other parishes, Yankford and Meltham and Dunholm, and them. Tom says Stornham ringers met just now at the clock and said that for a man that stood by labouring folk like he has, told they will, and so ought the other parishes, same as if he was royalty, for he's made himself nearer. They'll toll the minute they hear it, miss." Lord help us, with a fresh outburst of crying. "It don't seem like it's fair as it should be, when we hear the bell toll." "Miss, don't," said her ladyship's handsome sister suddenly. "Please don't say it again." She sat down by the table, and resting her elbows on the blue and white checked cloth, covered her face with her hands. She did not speak at all. In this tiny room, with these two old souls who loved her, she need not explain. She sat quite still, and Mrs. Weldon, after looking at her for a few seconds, was prompted by some sublimely simple intuition, and gently sidled Mrs. Vester and her youngest into the little kitchen where the copper was. "Her helping him like she did makes it come near," she whispered. "Dessay it seems as if he was a my fust, like a relation." Old Doby sat and looked at his goddess, and his slowly moving old brain stirred. Far-off memories like long-dead things striving to come to life. He did not know what they were, but they wakened his dim eyes to a new scene of the slim young shape leaning a little forward. The soft cloud of hair, the fair beauty of the cheek. He had not seen anything like it in his youth, but it was youth itself. And so was that which the ringers were so soon to toll for, and for some remote and unformed reason, to his scores of years they were pitiful, and should be tamed. He bent forward himself, and put out his ancient veined and knotted nodded if there hout, and to the tarkle what. "God bless ye," he said, his high cracked voice even more shrill and thin than usual. "God bless ye." And as she let her hand slip down and, turning, gently looked at him, he nodded to her speakingly, because out of the dimness of his being, some part of nature's working had strangely answered and understood. Chapter 46. Listening. On her way back to the court, her eyes saw only the white road before her feet as she walked. She did not lift them until she found herself passing the Lygate at the entrance to the churchyard. Then suddenly she looked up at the square grey stone tower where the bells hung, and from which they called a village to church, or chimed for weddings, or gave slowly forth to the silent air, one heavy, regular stroke after another. She looked and shuddered and spoke aloud with a curious, passionate imploring like a child's. "Oh, don't toll! Don't toll! You must not! You cannot!" Terror had sprung upon her, and her heart was being torn in two in her breast. That was surely what it seemed like, this agonizing ache of fear. Now from hour to hour she would be waiting and listening to each sound borne on the air. Her thought would be a possession she could not escape. When she spoke or was spoken to, she would be listening. When she was silent, every echo would hold terror. When she slept, if sleep should come to her, hearing would be awake, and she would be listening even then. It was not Betty Vanderpoel who was walking along the white road, but another creature, a girl whose brain was full of abnormal thought, and whose whole being made passionate outcry against the thing which was being slowly forced upon her. If the bell tolled suddenly, the whole world would be swept clean of life, empty and clean. If the bell tolled. Before the entrance of the court she saw, as she approached it, the vicarage pony carriage, standing as it had stood on the day she had returned from her walk on the marshes. She felt it quite natural that it should be there. Mrs. Brent always seized upon any fragment of news, and having seized on something now, she had not been able to resist the excitement of bringing it to Lady Anstruthers and her sister. She was in the drawing-room with Rosalie, and was full of her subject and the emotion suitable to the occasion. She had even attained a certain modified dampness of handkerchief. Rosalie's handkerchief, however, was not damp. She had not even attempted to use it, but sat still, her eyes brimming with tears, which, when she saw Betty, brimmed over and slipped helplessly down her cheeks. "Betty!" she exclaimed, and got up and went towards her. "I believe you have heard." "In the village I heard something, yes," Betty answered, and after giving greeting to Mrs. Brent, she led her sister back to her chair, and sat near her. This, the thought leaped upon her, was the kind of situation she must be prepared to be equal to. In the presence of these, who knew nothing, she must bear herself as if there was nothing to be known. No one but herself had the slightest knowledge of what the past months had brought to her, no one in the world. If the bell tolled, no one in the world but her father ever would know. She had no excuse for emotion, none had been given to her. The kind of thing it was proper that she should say and do now, in the presence of Mrs. Brent, it would be proper and decent that she should say and do in all other cases. She must comport herself as Betty Vanderpoel would if she were moved only by ordinary human sympathy and regret. "We must remember that we have only excited rumor to depend upon," she said. "Lord Mount Dunstan has kept his village under almost military law. He has put it into quarantine. No one is allowed to leave it, so there can be no direct source of information. One cannot be sure of the entire truth of what one hears. Often it is exaggerated cottage talk. The whole neighborhood is wrought up to a fever heat of excited sympathy, and villagers like the drama of things." Mrs. Brent looked at her admiringly, it being her fixed habit to admire Miss Vanderpoel, and all such as Providence had set above her. "Oh, how wise you are, Miss Vanderpoel!" she exclaimed, even devoutly. "It is so nice of you to be calm and logical when everybody else is so upset. You were quite right about villagers enjoying the dramatic side of troubles. They always do. And perhaps things are not so bad as they say. I ought not to have let myself believe the worst, but I quite broke down under the ringers. I was so touched. The ringers," faltered Lady Anstruthers. "The leader came to the vicar to tell him they wanted permission to toll if they heard tolling at Dunstan. Weaver's family lives within hearing of Dunstan church bells, and one of his boys is to run across the fields and bring the news to Stornham. And it was most touching, Miss Vanderpoel. They feel, in their rustic way, that Lord Mount Dunstan has not been treated fairly in the past, and now he seems to them a hero and a martyr, or like a great soldier who has died fighting." "Who may die fighting," broke from Miss Vanderpoel sharply. Who may," Mrs. Brent corrected herself, "though heaven grant he will not. But it was the ringers who made me feel as if all really was over. Thank you, Miss Vanderpoel. Thank you for being so practical and cool." "It was touching?" said Lady Anstruthers, her eyes brimming over again. "And what the villagers feel is true. It goes to one's heart in a little outburst. People have been unkind to him. And he has been lonely in that great empty place. He has been lonely. And if he is dying today, he is lonely even as he dies, even as he dies, even as he dies." Betty drew a deep breath. For one moment there seemed to rise before her vision of a huge room whose stately size made its bareness a more desolate thing, and Mr. Penzance bent low over the bed. She tore her thought away from it. "No, no," she cried out in low passionate protest. "There will be love and yearning all about him everywhere. The villagers who are waiting the poor things he has worked for, the very ringers themselves, are all pouring forth the same thoughts. He will feel even ours too. His soul cannot be lonely. A few minutes earlier, Mrs. Brent had been saying to herself inwardly, "She has not much heart after all, you know." Now she looked at her in amazement. The bluebells were under water and truth drenched and drowned. And yet as the girl stood up before her, she looked taller, more the magnificent Miss Vanderpool than ever, though she expressed a new meaning. "There is one thing the villagers can do for him," she said. "One thing we can all do. The bell has not tolled yet. There is a service for those who are in peril. If the vicar will call the people to the church, we can all kneel down there and ask to be heard. The vicar will do that, I am sure, and the people will join him with all their hearts." Mrs. Brent was overwhelmed. "Dear, dear Miss Vanderpool," she exclaimed. "That is touching, indeed it is, and so right and so proper. I will drive back to the village at once. The vicar's distress is as great as mine. You think of everything. The service for the sick and dying. How right, how right." With a sense of an increase of value in herself, the vicar, and the vicarage, she hastened back to the pony carriage. But in the hall she seized Betty's hand emotionally. "I cannot tell you how much I am touched by this," she murmured. "I did not know you were a religious girl, my dear." Betty answered with grave politeness. "In times of great pain and terror," she said, "I think almost everybody is religious a little, if that is the right word." There was no ringing of the ordinary call to service. In less than an hour's time, people began to come out of their cottages and wend their way towards the church. No one had put on his or her Sunday clothes. The women had hastily rolled down their sleeves, thrown off their aprons, and donned everyday bonnets and shawls. The men were in their corduroys, as they had come in from the fields, and the children wore their pinafores. As if by magic, the news had flown from house to house, and each one who had heard it had left his or her work without a moment's hesitation. They said but little as they made their way to the church. Betty, walking with her sister, was struck by the fact that there were more of them than formed the usual Sunday morning congregation. They were doing no perfunctory duty. The men's faces were heavily moved, most of the women wiped their eyes at intervals, and the children looked awed. There was suggestion of hurried movement in the step of each, as if no time must be lost, as if they must begin their appeal at once. Betty saw old Doby tottering along stiffly, with his granddaughter and Mrs. Weldon on either side of him. Marlowe, on his 2 sticks, was to be seen moving slowly but steadily. Within the ancient stone walls, stiff old knees bent themselves with care, and faces were covered devoutly by work-hardened hands. As she passed through the churchyard, Betty knew that eyes followed her affectionately, and that the touching of foreheads and dropping of curtsies expressed a special sympathy. In each mind she was connected with the man they came to pray for, with the work he had done, with the danger he was in. It was vaguely felt that if his life ended, a bereavement would have fallen upon her. This the girl knew. The vicar lifted his bowed head and began his service. Every man, woman, and child before him responded aloud and with a curious fervor, not indecorous. Fear of seeming to thrust themselves before the throne, making too much of their petitions in the presence of the gentry. Here and there sobs were to be heard. Lady Anstruthers followed the service timorously and with tears. But Betty, kneeling at her side, by the round table in the center of the great square Stornham pew, which was like a room, bowed her head upon her folded arms, and prayed her own intense, insistent prayer. "God in heaven," was her inward cry. "God of all the worlds, do not let him die. If you ask anything in my name, that I will do." Christ said it. "In the name of Jesus of Nazareth, do not let him die. All the worlds are yours. All the power. Listen to us. Listen to us. Lord, I believe, help thou my unbelief. If this terror robs me of faith, and I pray madly, forgive me, do not count it against me as sin. You made him. He has suffered and been alone. It is not time. It is not time yet for him to go. He has known no joy and no bright thing. Do not let him go out of the warm world like a blind man. Do not let him die. Perhaps this is not prayer, but raging. Forgive, forgive. All power is gone from me. God of the worlds, and the great winds, and the myriad stars, do not let him die. She knew her thoughts were wild, but their torrent bore her with them into a strange, great silence. She did not hear the vicar's words or the responses of the people. She was not within the gray stone walls. She had been drawn away as into the darkness and stillness of the night, and no soul but her own seemed near. Through the stillness and the dark her praying seemed to call and echo, clamoring again and again. It must reach something. It must be heard, because she cried so loud, though to the human beings about her she seemed kneeling in silence. She went on and on, repeating her words, changing them, ending and beginning again, pouring forth a flood of appeal. She thought later that the flood must have been at its highest tide when, singularly, it was stemmed. Without warning, a wave of awe passed over her which strangely silenced her and left her. Bowed and kneeling, but crying out no more. The darkness had become still, even as it had not been still before. Suddenly she cowered as she knelt and held her breath. Something had drawn a little near. No thoughts, no words, no cries were needed, as the great stillness grew and spread, and folded her being within it. She waited, only waited. She did not know how long a time passed before she felt herself drawn back from the silent and shadowy places, awakening, as it were, to the sounds in the church. "Our Father," she began to say, as simply as a child, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." There was a stirring among the congregation and sounds of feet as the people began to move down the aisle in reverent slowness. She caught again the occasional sound of a subdued sob. Rosalie gently touched her, and she rose, following her out of the big pew and passing down the aisle after the villagers. Outside the entrance, the people waited as if they wanted to see her again. Foreheads were touched as before, and eyes followed her. She was to the general mind the center of the drama, and the Almighty would do well to hear her. She had been doing his work for him, same as his lordship. They did not expect her to smile at such a time, when she returned their greetings, and she did not, but they said afterwards in their cottages that trouble or not she was a wonder for looks, that she was Miss Vanderpool. Rosalie slipped a hand through her arm, and they walked home together, very close to each other. Now and then there was a questioning in Rosie's look, but neither of them spoke once. On an oak table in the hall, a letter from Mr. Penzance was lying. It was brief, hurried, and anxious. The rumor that Mount Dunstan had been ailing was true, and that they had felt they must conceal the matter from the villagers was true. Also, for some baffling reason, the fever had not absolutely declared itself, but the young doctors were beset by grave forebodings. In such cases, the most serious symptoms might suddenly develop. One never knew. Mr. Penzance was evidently torn by fears which he desperately strove to suppress. But Betty could see the anguish on his fine old face, and between the lines she read dread and warning not put into words. She believed that, fearing the worst, he felt he must prepare her mind. "He has lived under a great strain for months," he ended. "It began long before the outbreak of the fever. I am not strong under my sense of the cruelty of things, and I have never loved him as I love him today." Betty took the letter to her room and read it 2 or 3 times. Because she had asked intelligent questions of the medical authority she had consulted on her visit to London, she knew something of the fever and its habits. Even her unclerical knowledge was such as it was not well to reflect upon. She refolded the letter and laid it aside. "I must not think. I must do something. It may prevent my listening," she said aloud to the silence of her room. She cast her eyes about her as if in search. Upon her desk lay a notebook. She took it up and opened it. It contained lists of plants, of flower seeds, of bulbs, and shrubs. Each list was headed with an explanatory note. "Yes, this will do," she said. "I will go and talk to Kedgers." Keggers and every man under him had been at the service, but they had returned to their respective duties. Kedgers, giving directions to some under-gardeners who were clearing flower beds and preparing them for their winter rest, turned to meet her as she approached. To Kedgers, the sight of her coming towards him on a garden path was a joyful thing. He had done wonders, it is true, but if she had not stood by his side with inspiration as well as confidence, he knew that things might have come out different. "You was born a gardener, Miss Born One," he had said months ago. It was the time when flower beds must be planned for the coming year. Her notebook was filled with memoranda of the things they must talk about. It was good, normal, healthy work to do. The scent of the rich, damp, upturned mold was a good thing to inhale. They walked from one end to another, stood before clumps of shrubs, and studied bits of wall. Here a mass of blue might grow, here low things of white and pale yellow. A quickly climbing rose would hang sheets of bloom over this dead tree. This sheltered wall would hold warmth for Maricole Mill. "You must take care of it all, even if I am not here next year," Miss Vanderpool said. Kedger's absorbed face changed. "Not here, miss," he exclaimed. "You not here. Things wouldn't grow, miss." He checked himself, his weather-toughened skin reddening because he was afraid he had perhaps taken a liberty. And then, moving his hat uneasily on his head, he took another. "But it's true enough," looking down on the gravel walk. We couldn't expect to keep you." She did not look as if she had noticed the liberty, but she did not look quite like herself, Kedgers thought. If she had been another young lady, and but for his established feeling that she was somehow immune from all ills, he would have thought she had a headache or was low in her mind. She spent an hour or two with him, and together they planned for the changing seasons of the year to come. How she could keep her mind on a thing, and what a head she had for planning, and what an eye for color. But yes, there was something a bit wrong somehow. Now and then she would stop and stand still for a moment, and suddenly it struck Kedgers that she looked as if she were listening. "Did you think you heard something, miss?" he asked her once when she paused and wore this look. "No," she answered, "no," and drew him on quickly, almost as if she did not want him to hear what she had seemed listening for. When she left him and went back to the house, all the loveliness of spring, summer, and autumn had been thought out and provided for. Keggers stood on the path and looked after her until she passed through the terrace door. He chewed his lip uneasily. Then he remembered something and felt a bit relieved. It was the service, he remembered. "Ah!" it spat, "that's upset her, and it's natural, seeing how she's helped him and Dunstan Village. It's only natural." He chewed his lip again and nodded his head in odd reflection. "Aye, aye," he summed her up. "She's a great lady, that she's a great lady, same as if she'd been born in a civilized land." During the rest of the day the look of question in Rosalie's eyes changed in its nature. When her sister was near her she found herself glancing at her with a new feeling. It was a growing feeling which gradually became anxiousness. Betty presented to her the aspect of one withdrawn into some remote space. She was not living this day as her days were usually lived. She did not sit still or stroll about the gardens quietly. The consecutiveness of her actions seemed broken. She did one thing after another, as if she must fill each moment. This was not her. Betty. Lady Anstruthers watched and thought until, in the end, a new pained fear began to creep slowly into her mind and make her feel as if she were slightly trembling, though her hands did not shake. She did not dare to allow herself to think the thing she knew she was on the brink of thinking. She thrust it away from her and tried not to think at all. Her Betty, her splendid Betty, whom nothing could hurt, who could not be touched by any awful thing, her dear Betty. In the afternoon, she saw her write notes steadily for an hour. Then she went out into the stables and visited the horses, talked to the coachman and to her own groom. She was very kind to a village boy who had been recently taken on as an additional assistant in the stable and who was rather frightened and shy. She knew his mother, who had a large family, and she had indeed given the boy his place that he might be trained under the great Mr. Buckham, who was coachman and head of the stables. She said encouraging things which quite cheered him. And she spoke privately to Mr. Buckham about him. Then she walked in the park a little, but not for long. When she came back, Rosalie was waiting for her. "I want to take a long drive," she said. "I feel restless. Will you come with me, Betty?" Yes, she would go with her, so Buckham brought the landau with its pair of big horses, and they rolled down the avenue and into the smooth, white high road. He took them far past the great marshes, between miles of bared hedges, past farms and scattered cottages. Sometimes he turned into lanes, where the hedges were closer to each other, and where, here and there, they caught sight of new points of view between trees. Betty was glad to feel Rosie's slim body near her side, and she was conscious that it gradually seemed to draw closer and closer. Then Rosie's hand slipped into hers and held it softly on her lap. When they drove together in this way, they were usually both of them rather silent and quiet. But now Rosalie spoke of many things, of Uchtred, of Nigel, of the Dunholms, of New York, and their father and mother. "I want to talk because I'm nervous, I think," she said half apologetically. "I do not want to sit still and think too much of Father's coming. You don't mind my talking, do you, Betty?" "No," Betty answered. "It is good for you and for me." And she met the pressure of Rosie's hand halfway. But Rosie was talking, not because she did not want to sit still and think, but because she did not want Betty to do so. And all the time she was trying to thrust away the thought growing in her mind. They spent the evening together in the library, and Betty read aloud. She read a long time, until quite late. She wished to tire herself as well as to force herself to stop listening. When they said good night to each other, Rosie clung to her as desperately as she had clung on the night after her arrival. She kissed her again and then hung her head and excused herself. "Forgive me for being nervous. I'm ashamed of myself," she said. "Perhaps in time I shall get over being a coward." But she said nothing of the fact that she was not a coward for herself, but through a slowly formulating and struggled against fear, which chilled her very heart and which she could best cover by a pretense of being a poltroon. She could not sleep when she went to bed. The night seemed crowded with strange, terrified thoughts. They were all as Betty, though sometimes she thought of her father's coming, of her mother in New York, and of Betty's steady working throughout the day. Sometimes she cried, twisting her hands together, and sometimes she dropped into a feverish sleep and dreamed that she was watching Betty's face, yet was afraid to look at it. She awakened suddenly from one of these dreams and sat upright in bed to find the dawn breaking. She rose and threw on a dressing gown and went to her sister's room because she could not bear to stay away. The door was not locked, and she pushed it open gently. One of the windows had its blind drawn up and looked like a patch of dull gray. Betty was standing upright near it. She was in her nightgown, and a long black plait of hair hung over one shoulder heavily. She looked all black and white in strong contrast. The gray light set her forth as a tall ghost. Lady Anstruthers slid forward, feeling a tightness in her chest. "The dawn wakened me too," she said. "I have been waiting to see it come," answered Betty. "It is going to be a dull, dreary day." Chapter 47. I have no ward or look to remember. It was a dull and dreary day, as Betty had foreseen it would be. Heavy rain clouds hung and threatened, and the atmosphere was damp and chill. It was one of those days of the English autumn which speak only of the end of things, bereaving one of the power to remember next year's spring and summer, which, after all, must surely come. Sky is gray, trees are gray, dead leaves lie damp beneath the feet. Sunlight and birds seem forgotten things. All that has been sad and to be regretted or feared hangs heavy in the air and sways all thought. In the passing of these hours there is no hope anywhere. Betty appeared at breakfast in short dress and close hat. She wore thick little boots as if for walking. "I am going to make visits in the village," she said. "I want a basket of good things to take with me. Stourton's children need feeding after their measles. They looked very thin when I saw them playing in the road yesterday." "Yes, dear," Rosalie answered. "Mrs. Noakes shall prepare the basket." "Good." Chicken broth and jelly and nourishing things. Jennings, to the butler, "You know the kind of basket Miss Vanderpool wants. Speak to Mrs. Noakes, please." Yes, my lady, Jennings knew the kind of basket, and so did Mrs. Noakes. Below stairs, a strong sympathy with Miss Vanderpool's movements had developed. No one resented the preparation of baskets. Somehow they were always managed, even if asked for in untimely hours. Benny was sitting silent, looking out into the grayness of the autumn-smitten park. "Are you listening for anything, Betty?" Lady Anstruthers asked rather falteringly. "You have a sort of listening look in your eyes." Betty came back to the room, as it were. "Have I?" she said. "Yes, I think I was listening for something." And Rosalie did not ask her what she listened for. She was afraid she knew. It was not only the Stourtons Betty visited this morning. She passed from one cottage to another to see old women and old men, as well as young ones, who for one reason or another needed help and encouragement. By one bedside she read aloud. By another she sat and told cheerful stories. She listened to talk in little kitchens, and in one house welcomed a newborn thing. As she walked steadily over gray road and down gray lanes, damp mist rose and hung about her, and she did not walk alone. Fear walked with her, and anguish, a gray ghost by her side. Once she found herself standing quite still on a side path, covering her face with her hands. She filled every moment of the morning and walked until she was tired. Before she went home she called at the post office, and Mr. Chuson greeted her with a solemn face. He did not wait to be questioned. "There's been no news today, miss, so far," he said, "and that seems as if they might be so given up to hard work at a dreadful time that there's been no chance for anything to get out. When people's hanging over a man's bed at the end, it's as if everything stopped but that stopping for all time." After luncheon the rain began to fall softly, slowly, and with a suggestion of endlessness. It was a sort of mist itself, and became a damp shadow among the bare branches of trees, which soon began to drip. "You have been walking about all morning, and you are tired, dear," Lady Anstruthers said to her. "Won't you go to your room and rest, Betty?" Yes, she would go to her room, she said. Some new books had arrived from London this morning, and she would look over them. She talked a little about her visits before she went, and when, as she talked, Uchtred came over to her and stood close to her side, holding her hand and stroking it, she smiled at him sweetly, the smile he adored. He stroked the hand and softly patted it, watching her wistfully. Suddenly he lifted it to his lips and kissed it again and again with a sort of passion. "I love you so much, Aunt Betty," he cried. "We both love you so much. Something makes me love you today more than ever I did before. It almost makes me cry. I love you so." She stooped swiftly and drew him into her arms and kissed him close and hard. He held his head back a little and looked into the blue under her lashes. "I love your eyes," he said. "Anyone would love your eyes, Aunt Betty. But what is the matter with them? You are not crying at all. But oh, what is the matter?" "No, I am not crying at all," she said, and smiled, almost laughed. But after she had kissed him again, she took her books and went upstairs. She did not lie down, and she did not read when she was alone in her room. She drew a long chair before the window and watched the slow falling of the rain. There was nothing like it, that slow weeping of the rain on an English autumn day. Soft and light though it was, the park began to look sodden. The bare trees held out their branches like imploring arms. The brown garden beds were neat and bare. The same rain was dripping at Mount Dunstan upon the desolate great house, upon the mounds and ancient stone tombs in the churchyard, sinking into the earth, sinking deep, sucked in by the clay beneath, the cold damp clay. She shook herself shudderingly. Why should the thought come to her, the cold damp clay? She would not listen to it. She would think of New York, of its roaring streets and crash of sound, of the rush of fierce life there, of her father and mother. She tried to force herself to call up pictures of Broadway, swarming with crowds of black things, which, seen from the windows of its monstrous buildings, seemed like swarms of ants burst out of ant hills, out of 1,000 ant hills. She tried to remember shop windows, the things in them, the throngs going by, and the throngs passing in and out of great swinging glass doors. She dragged up before her a vision of Rosalie, driving with her mother and herself, looking about her at the new buildings and changed streets, flushed and made radiant by the accelerated pace and excitement of her beloved New York. But oh, the slow penetrating rainfall and the cold damp clay. She rose, making an involuntary sound which was half a moan. The long mirror set between two windows showed her momentarily an awful young figure throwing up its arms. Was that Betty Vanderpoel, that? What does one do, she said, when the world comes to an end? What does one do? All her days she had done things, there had always been something to do. Now there was nothing. She went suddenly to her bell and rang for her maid. The woman answered the summons at once. Send word to the stable that I want Childe Harold. I do not want Mason. I shall ride alone. Yes, miss, Ambleston answered, without any exterior sign of emotion. She was too well trained a person to express any shade of her internal amazement. After she had transmitted the order to the proper manager, she returned and changed her mistress's costume. She had contemplated her task and was standing behind Miss Vanderpoel's chair, putting the last touch to her veil, when she became conscious of a slight stiffening of the neck which held so well the handsome head. Then the head slowly turned towards the window giving upon the front park. Miss Vanderpoel was listening to something, listening so intently that Ambleston felt that, for a few moments, she did not seem to breathe. The maid's hands fell from the veil, and she began to listen also. She had been at the service the day before. Miss Vanderpoel rose from her chair slowly, very slowly, and took a step forward. Then she stood still and listened again. "Open that window, if you please," she commanded. As if a stone image was speaking, Ambleston said later. The window was thrown open, and for a few seconds they both stood still again. When Miss Vanderpoel spoke, it was as if she had forgotten where she was, or as if she were in a dream. "It is the ringers," she said. "They are tolling the passing bell." The serving woman was soft of heart and had her feminine emotions. There had been much talk of this thing in the servants' hall. She turned upon Betty and forgot all rules and training. "Oh, miss," she cried, he's gone, that good man out of this hard world. Oh, miss, excuse me, do." And as she burst into wild tears, she ran out of the room. Rosalie had been sitting in the morning room. She also had striven to occupy herself with work. She had written to her mother, she had read, she had embroidered, and then read again. What was Betty doing? What was she thinking now? She laid her book down in her lap, and covering her face with her hands, breathed a desperate little prayer. That life should be pain and emptiness to herself seemed somehow natural since she had married Nigel, but pain and emptiness for Betty. No, 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 not for Betty. Pity's sorrow poured upon her like a flood. She did not know how the time passed. She sat, huddled together in her chair, with hidden face. She could not bear to look at the rain and ghost. Missed out of doors. Oh, if her mother were only here, and she might speak to her. And as her loving tears broke forth afresh, she heard the door open. "If you please, my lady, I beg your pardon, my lady," as she started and uncovered her face. "What is it, Jennings?" The figure at the door was that of the serious elderly butler, and he wore a respectfully grave air. "As your ladyship is sitting in this room, we thought it likely you would not hear, the windows being closed, and we felt sure, my lady, that you would wish to know." Lady Anstruther's hands shook as they clung to the arms of her chair. "To know," she faltered. "Hear what?" "The passing bell is tolling, my lady. It has just begun. It is for Lord Mount Dunstan. There's not a dry eye downstairs, your ladyship, not one." He opened the windows and she stood up. Jennings quietly left the room. The slow, heavy knell struck ponderously on the damp air, and she stood and shivered. A moment or two later she turned, because it seemed as if she must. Betty, in her riding habit, was standing motionless against the door, her wonderful eyes still as death, gazing at her, gazing in an awful, simple silence. Oh, what was the use of being afraid to speak at such a time as this? In one moment Rosie was kneeling at her feet, clinging about her knees, kissing her hands, the very cloth of her habit, and sobbing aloud. "Oh, my darling, my love, my own Betty, I don't know, and I won't ask. But speak to me, speak just a word. My dearest dear." Betty raised her up and drew her within the room, closing the door behind them. "Kind little Rosie," she said, "I came to speak, because we two love each other. You need not ask, I will tell you. That bell is tolling for the man who taught me to now. He never spoke to me of love. I have not one word or look to remember. And now, oh, listen. I have been listening since the morning of yesterday. It was an awful thing, her white face, with all the flame of life swept out of it. Don't listen, darling," Rosie cried out in anguish. "Shut your ears! Shut your ears!" And she tried to throw her arms around the high black head and stifle all sound with her embrace. "I don't want to shut them," was the answer. "All the unkindness and misery are over for him. I ought to thank God, but I don't. I shall hear, O Rosie, listen. I shall hear that to the end of my days." Rosie held her tight, and rocked and sobbed. "My Betty," she kept saying, "my Betty," and she could say no more. What more was there to say? At last Betty withdrew herself from her arms, and then Rosalie noticed for the first time that she wore the habit. "Dearest," she whispered, "what are you going to do? I was going to ride, and I am going to do it still. I must do something. I shall ride a long, long way, and ride hard. You won't try to keep me, Rosie. You will understand." Yes, biting her lip and looking at her with large, awed eyes as she patted her arm with a hand that trembled. "I would not hold you back, Betty, from anything in the world you chose to do." And with another long clinging clasp of her, she let her go. Mason was standing by Childe Harold when she went down the broad steps. He also wore a look of repressed emotion, and stood with bared head bent, his eyes fixed on the gravel of the drive, listening to the heavy strokes of the bell in the church tower, rather as if he were taking part in some solemn ceremony. He mounted her silently, and after he had given her the bridle, looked up and spoke in a somewhat husky voice. "The order was that you did not want me, miss. Was that correct?" "Yes, I wished to ride alone." "Yes, miss. Thank you, miss." Childe Harold was in good spirits. He held up his head and blew the breath through his delicate, dilated red nostrils as he set out with his favorite sidling, dancing steps. Mason watched him down the avenue, saw the lodge-keeper come out to open the gate, and curtsy as her ladyship's sister passed through it. After that he went slowly back to the stables and sat in the harness room a long time, staring at the floor as the bell struck ponderously on his ear. The woman who had opened the gate for her Betty saw had red eyes. She knew why. A year ago they all thought of him as an outcast. They would have believed any evil they had heard connected with his name. Now, in every cottage, there is weeping, and he lies deaf and dumb, was her thought. She did not wish to pass through the village and turn down a side road which would lead her to where she could cross the marshes and come upon lonely places. The more lonely, the better. Every few moments she caught her breath with a hard, short gasp. The slow rain fell upon her. Big, round crystal drops hung on the hedgerows and dripped upon the grass banks below them. The trees, wreathed with mist, were like waiting ghosts as she passed them by. Childe Harold's hoof upon the road made a hollow, lonely sound. A thought began to fill her brain and make insistent pressure upon it. She tried no more to thrust thought away. Those who lay deaf and dumb, those for whom people wept, where were they when the weeping seemed to sound through all the world? How far had they gone? Was it far? Could they hear and could they see? If one plead with them aloud, could they draw near to listen? Did they begin a long, long journey as soon as they had slipped away? The wonder of the world, she had said, watching life swelling and bursting the seeds in kedgers. Hoth houses. But this was a greater wonder still, because of its awesomeness. This man had been, and who dare say he was not even now? The strength of his great body, the look in his red-brown eyes, the sound of his deep voice, the struggle, the meaning of him, where were they? She heard herself followed by the hollow echo of Childe Harold's hooves as she rode past copse and hedge and wet-spreading fields. She was this hour as he had been a month ago. If, with some strange suddenness, this which was Betty Vanderpoel slipped from its body, she put her hand up to her forehead. It was unthinkable that there would be no more. Where was he now? Where was he now? This was the thought that filled her brain cells to the exclusion of all others. Over the road, down through by lanes, out on the marshes. Where was he? Where was he? Where? Childe Harold's hoofs began to beat it out as a refrain. She heard nothing else. She did not know where she was going and did not ask herself. She went down any road or lane which looked empty of life she took. Strange turnings. Without caring, she did not know how far she was afield. Where was he now, this hour, this moment? Where was he now? Did he know the rain, the grayness, the desolation of the world? Once she stopped her horse on the loneliness of the marshland and looked up at the low clouds about her, at the creeping mist, the dank grass. It seemed a place in which a newly released soul might wander because it did not yet know its way. If you should be near and come to me, you will understand, her clear voice said gravely between the caught breaths. What I gave you was nothing to you, but you took it with you. Perhaps you know without my telling you. I want you to know. When a man is dead, everything melts away. I loved you. I wish you had loved me. Chapter 48. The Moment. In the unnatural unbearableness of her anguish, she lost sight of objects as she passed them. She lost all memory of what she did. She did not know how long she had been out, or how far she had ridden. When the thought of time or distance vaguely flitted across her mind, it seemed that she had been riding for hours, and might have crossed one county and entered another. She had long left familiar places behind. Riding through and enclosed by the mist, she herself might have been a wandering ghost, lost in unknown places. Where was he now? Where was he now? Afterwards, she could not tell how or when it was that she found herself becoming conscious of the evidences that her horse had been ridden too long and hard, and that he was worn out with fatigue. She did not know that she had ridden round and round over the marshes and had passed several times through the same lanes. Childe Harold, the sure of foot, actually stumbled out of sheer weariness of limb. Perhaps it was this which brought her back to earth and led her to look around her with eyes which saw material objects with comprehension. She had reached the lonely places indeed, and the evening was drawing on. She was at the edge of the marsh, and the land about her was strange to her and desolate. At the side of a steep lane, overgrown with grass and seeming a mere cart path, stood a deserted-looking black and white timbered cottage which was half a ruin. Close to it was a dripping spinney, its trees forming a darkling background to the tumble-down house, whose thatch was rotting into holes and its walls sagging forward perilously. The bit of garden about it was neglected and untidy. Here and there windows were broken and stuffed with pieces of ragged garments. Altogether, a sinister and repellent place enough. She looked at it with heavy eyes. Where was he now? Where was he now? This repeating itself in the far chambers of her brain. Her sight seemed dimmed, not only by the mist, but by a sinking faintness which possessed her. She did not remember how little food she had eaten during more than 24 hours. Her habit was heavy with moisture and clung to her body. She was conscious of a hot tremor passing over her, and saw that her hands shook as they held the bridle on which they had lost their grip. She had never fainted in her life, and she was not going to faint now. Women did not faint in these days, but she must reach the cottage and dismount to rest under shelter for a short time. No smoke was rising from the chimney, but surely someone was living in the place and could tell her where she was and give her at least water for herself and her horse. Poor beast, how wickedly she must have been riding him, in her utter absorption in her thoughts. He was wet, not alone with rain, but with sweat. He snorted out hot, smoking breaths. She spoke to him, and he moved forward at her command. He was trembling too. Not more than 200 yards, and she turned him into the lane. But it was wet and slippery and strewn with stones. His trembling and her uncertain hold on the bridle combined to produce disaster. He set his foot upon a stone which slid beneath it. He stumbled, and she could not help him to recover. So he fell, and only by heaven's mercy not upon her, with his crushing big-boned weight, and she was able to drag herself free of him before he began to kick, in his humiliated efforts to rise. But he could not rise because he was hurt, and when she herself got up she staggered and caught at the broken gate, because in her wrenching leap for safety she had twisted her ankle and for a moment was in cruel pain. When she recovered from her shock sufficiently to be able to look at the cottage, she saw that it was more of a ruin than it had seemed, even at a short distance. Its door hung open on broken hinges. No smoke rose from the chimney, because there was no one within its walls to light a fire. It was quite empty. Everything about the place lay in dead and utter silence. In her normal mood she would have liked the mystery of the situation, and would have set about planning her way out of her difficulty. But now her mind made no effort, because normal interest in things had fallen away from her. She might be 20 miles from Stornham, but the possible fact did not at the moment seem to concern her. Where is he now? Where is he now? Childe Harold was trying to rise despite his hurt, and his evident determination touched her. He was too proud to lie in the mire. She limped to him and tried to steady him by his bridle. He was not badly injured, though plainly in pain. Poor boy, it was my fault, she said to him as he at last struggled to his feet. I did not know I was doing it. Poor boy! He turned a velvet dark eye upon her and nosed her forgivingly with a warm velvet muzzle. But it was plain that, for the time, he was done for. They both moved haltingly to the broken gate, and Betty fastened him to a thorn tree near it, where he stood on 3 feet, his fine head drooping. She pushed the gate open and went into the house through the door which hung on its hinges. Once inside, she stood still and looked about her. If there was silence and desolateness outside, there was within the deserted place a stillness like the unresponse of death. It had been long since anyone had lived in the cottage, but tramps or gypsies had at times passed through it. Dead, blackened embers lay on the hearth. A bundle of dried grass which had been slept on was piled in the corner. An empty nail keg and a wooden box had been drawn before the big chimney place for some wanderer to sit on when the black embers had been hot and red. Betty gave one glance around her and sat down upon the box, standing on the bare hearth, her head sinking forward, her hands falling clasped between her knees, her eyes on the brick floor. "Where is he now?" broke from her in a loud whisper, whose sound was mechanical and hollow. "Where is he now?" And she sat there without moving, while the gray mist from the marshes crept close about the door and through it and stole about her feet. So she sat long on a heavy, far-off dream. Along the road, a man was riding with a lowering, fretted face. He had come across country on horseback, because to travel by train meant wearisome stops and changes, and endlessly slow journeying, annoying beyond endurance to those who have not patience to spare. His ride would have been pleasant enough but for the slow mist-like rain. Also, he had taken a wrong turning because he did not know the roads he traveled. The last signpost he had passed, however, had given him his cue again, and he began to feel something of security. Confound the rain! The best road was slippery with it, and the haze of it made a man's mind feel befogged and lowered his spirits horribly, discouraged him, would worry him into an ill humor, even if he had reason to be in a good one. As for him, he had no reason for cheerfulness. He never had, for the matter of that, and just now, what was the matter with his horse? He was lifting his head and sniffing the damp air restlessly, as if he scented or saw something. Beasts often seem to have a sort of second sight, horses particularly. What ailed him that he should prick up his ears and snort after his sniffing the mist? Did he hear anything? Yes, he did, it seemed. He gave forth suddenly a loud, shrill whinny, turning his head towards a rough lane they were approaching, and immediately from the vicinity of a deserted-looking cottage behind a hedge came a sharp but mournful-sounding neigh in answer. "What horse is that?" said Nigel Anstruthers, drawing in at the entrance to the lane and looking down it. "There is a fine brute with a side saddle on," he added sharply. "He is waiting for someone. What is a woman doing there at this time? Is it a rendezvous? A good place." He broke off short and rode forward. "I'm hanged if it is not Childe, he broke out, and he had no sooner assured himself of the fact than he threw himself from his saddle, tethered his horse, and strode up the path to the broken-hinged door. He stood on the threshold and stared. What a hole it was! What a hole! And there she sat alone 18 or 20 miles from home on a turned-up box near the black embers, her hands clasped loosely between her knees, her face rather awful, her eyes staring at the floor as if she did not see it. "Where is he now?" he heard her whisper to herself with soft weirdness. "Where is he now?" Sir Nigel stepped into the place and stood before her. He had smiled with a wry unpleasantness when he had heard her evidently unconscious words. "My good girl," he said, "I am sure I do not know where he is, but it is very evident that he ought to be here, since you have amiably put yourself to such trouble. It is fortunate for you, perhaps, that I am here before him." What does this mean? The question breaking from him with savage authority. He had dragged her back to earth. She sat upright and recognized him with a hideous sense of shock, but he did not give her time to speak. His instinct of male fury leaped within him. "You!" he cried out. "It takes a woman like you to come and hide herself in a place of this sort like a trolloping gypsy wench. It takes a New York millionairess, or a Roman empress, or one of Charles II's duchesses to plunge as deep as this. You, with your golden pedestal, you, with your ostentatious airs and graces, you, with your condescending to give a man a chance to repent his sins and turn over a new leaf. Damn it, rising to a sort of frenzy, what are you doing waiting in a hole like this, In this weather at this hour you. The fool's flame leaped high enough to make him start forward, as if to seize her by the shoulder and shake her. But she rose and stepped back to lean against the side of the chimney to brace herself against it, so that she could stand in her lame foot's despite. Every drop of blood had been swept from her face, and her eyes looked immense. His coming was a good thing for her, though she did not know it. It brought her back from unearthly places. All her child hatred woke and blazed in her. Never had she hated a thing so, and it set her slow cold blood running like something molten. "Hold your tongue," she said in a clear, awful young voice of warning. "And take care not to touch me. If you do, I have my whip here, I shall lash you across your mouth." He broke into ribald laughter. A certain sudden thought which had cut into him like a knife thrust into flesh drove him on. "Do," he cried. "I should like to carry your mark back to Stornham and tell people why it was given. I know who you are here for. Only such fellows ask such things of women." But he was determined to be safe, if you hid in a ditch. "You are here for Mount Dunstan, and he has failed you." But she only stood and stared at him, holding her whip behind her, knowing that at any moment he might snatch it from her hand, and she knew how poor a weapon it was. To strike out with it would only infuriate him and make him a wild beast, and it was becoming an agony to stand upon her foot. And even if it had not been so, if she had been strong enough to make a leap and dash past him, her horse stood outside disabled. Nigel Anstruther's eyes ran over her from head to foot down the side of her. Mudstained have it, while a curious light dawned in them. "You have had a fall from your horse," he exclaimed. "You are lame." Then quickly, that was why Childe Harold was trembling and standing on 3 feet. "By Jove!" Then he sat down on the nail keg and began to laugh. He laughed for a full minute, but she saw he did not take his eyes from her. "You are in as unpleasant a situation as a young woman can well be," he said, when he stopped. "You came to a dirty hole to be alone with a man who felt it safest not to keep his appointment. Your horse stumbled and disabled himself, and you are 20 miles from home in a deserted cottage in a lane no one passes down even in good weather. You are frightened to death, and you have given me even a better story to play with than your sister gave me. By Jove!" His face was an unholy thing to look upon. The situation and her powerlessness were exciting him. "No," she answered, keeping her eyes on his, as she might have kept them on some wild animals. "I am not frightened to death." His ugly dark flush rose. "Well, if you are not," he said, "don't tell me so. That kind of defiance is not your best line just now. You have been disdaining me from magnificent New York heights for some time. Do you think that I am not enjoying this? I cannot imagine anyone else who would enjoy it so much." And she knew the answer was daring, but would have made it if he had held a knife's point at her throat. He got up and, walking to the door, drew it back on its crazy hinges and managed to shut it close. There was a big wooden bolt inside, and he forced it into its socket. "Presently I shall go and put the horses into the cowshed," he said. "If I leave them standing outside, they will attract attention. I do not intend to be disturbed by any gypsy tramp who wants shelter. I have never had you quite to myself before." He sat down again and nursed his knee gracefully. "And I have never seen you look as attractive," biting his under lip in cynical enjoyment. "Today's adventure has roused your emotions and actually beautified you, which was not necessary. I dare say you have been furious and have cried. Your eyes do not look like mere eyes, but like splendid blue pools of tears. Perhaps I shall make you cry sometime, my dear Betty." "No, you will not. Don't tempt me. Women always cry when men annoy them. They rage, but they cry as well. I shall not. It's true that most women would have begun to cry before this. That is what stimulates me. You will swagger to the end. You put the devil into me. Half an hour ago I was jogging along the road, languid and bored to extinction. And now, he laughed outright in actual exultation. "By Jove!" he cried out. "Things like this don't happen to a man in these dull days. There's no such luck going about. We've gone back 500 years, and we've taken New York with us." His laugh shut off in the middle, and he got up to thrust his heavy, congested face close to hers. "Here you are, as safe as if you were in a feudal castle, and here is your ancient enemy given his chance. Do you think, by the Lord, he is going to give it up? No, to quote your own words, you may place entire confidence in that." Exaggerated as it all was, somehow the melodrama dropped away from it and left bare, simple, hideous fact for her to confront. The evil in him had risen rampant and made him lose his head. He might see his senseless folly tomorrow and know he must pay for it, but he would not see it today. The place was not a feudal castle, but what he said was insurmountable truth. A ruined cottage on the edge of miles of marshland, a seldom trodden road, and night upon them. A wind was rising on the marshes now and making low, steady moan. Horrible things had happened to women before. One heard of them with shudders when they were recorded in the newspapers. Only 2 days ago she had remembered that sometimes there seemed blunderings in the great scheme of things. Was all this real? Or was she dreaming that she stood here at bay, her back against the chimney wall, and this degenerate exulting over her while Rosie was waiting for her at Stornham, and at this very hour her father was planning his journey across the Atlantic? "Why did you not behave yourself?" demanded Nigel Anstruthers, shaking her by the shoulder. "Why did you not realize that I should get even with you one day, as sure as you were woman and I was man?" She did not shrink back, though the pupils of her eyes dilated. Was it the wildest thing in the world which happened to her, or was it not? Without warning, the sudden rush of a thought, immense and strange, swept over her body and soul and possessed her, so possessed her that it changed her pallor to white flame. It was actually Anstruthers who shrank back a shade because, for the moment, she looked so near unearthly. "I am not afraid of you," she said in a clear, unshaken voice. "I am not afraid. Something is near me which will stand between us, something which I too." Day. He almost gasped before the strangeness of it, but caught back his breath and recovered himself. "Die today, that's recent enough," he jeered. "Let us hear about it." Who was it? It was Mount Dunstan, she flung at him. "The church bells were tolling for him when I rode away. I could not stay to hear them. It killed me. I loved him. You were right when you said it. I loved him though he never knew. I shall always love him though he never knew. He knows now. Those who died cannot go away when that is holding them. They must stay. Because I loved him, he may be in this place. I call on him," raising her clear voice. "I call on him to stand between us." He backed away from her, staring an evil, enraptured stare. "What? There is that much temperament in you?" he said. "That was what I half suspected when I saw you first. But you have hidden it well. Now it bursts forth in spite of you. Good Lord, what luck, what luck!" He moved to the door and opened it. "I am a very modern man, and I enjoy this to the utmost," he said. "What I like best is the melodrama of it in connection with Fifth Avenue. I am perfectly aware that you will not discuss this incident in the future. You are a clever enough young woman to know that it will be more to your interest than to mine that it shall be kept exceedingly quiet." The white fire had not died out of her, and she stood straight. "What I have called on will be near me, and will stand between us," she said. Old though it was, the door was massive and heavy to lift. To open it cost him some muscular effort. "I am going to the horses now," he explained before he dragged it back into its frame and shut her in. "It is safe enough to leave you here. You will stay where you are." He felt himself secure in leaving her because he believed she could not move, and because his arrogance made it impossible for him to count on strength and endurance greater than his own. Of endurance he knew nothing, and in his keen and cynical exultance his devil made a fool of him. As she heard him walk down the path to the gate, Betty stood amazed at his lack of comprehension of her. He thinks I will stay here. He absolutely thinks I will wait until he comes. Back, she whispered to the emptiness of the bare room. Before he had arrived, she had loosened her boot, and now she stooped and touched her foot. If I were safe at home, I should think I could not walk. But I can walk now. I can, because I will bear the pain. In such cottages, there is always a door opening outside from the little bricked kitchen where the copper stands. She would reach that, and passing through would close it behind her. After that, something would tell her what to do, something would lead her. She put her lame foot upon the floor and rested some of her weight upon it, not all. A jagged pain shot up from it through her whole side, it seemed, and, for an instant, she swayed and ground her teeth. That is because it is the first step, she said. But if I am to be killed, I will die in the open. I will die in the open. The second and third steps brought cold sweat out upon her, but she told herself that the fourth was not quite so unbearable, and she stiffened her whole body, and she stiffened her whole body, and muttered some words while she took a fifth and sixth, which carried her into the tiny back kitchen. Father, she said, Father, think of me now. Think of me, Rosie, love me, and pray that I may come home. You who have died, stand very near. If her father ever held her safe in his arms again, if she ever awoke from this nightmare, it would be a thing never to let one's mind hark back to again, to shut out of memory with iron doors. The pain had shot up and down, and her forehead was wet by the time she had reached the small back door. Was it locked or bolted, was it? She put her hand gently upon the latch and lifted it without making any sound. Thank God Almighty, it was neither bolted nor locked. The latch lifted, the door opened, and she slid through it into the shadow of the gray, which was already almost the darkness of night. Thank God for that, too. She flattened herself against the outside wall and listened. He was having difficulty in managing Childe Harold, who snorted and pulled back, offended and made rebellious by his savagely impatient hand. Good Childe Harold, good boy. She could see the massed outline of the trees of the spinney. If she could bear this long enough to get there, even if she crawled part of the way, then it darted through her mind that he would guess that she would be sure to make for its cover, and that he would go there first, to search. Father, think for me, you were so quick to think, her brain cried out for her. As if she was speaking to one who could physically hear, she almost feared she had spoken aloud, and the thought which flashed upon her like lightning seemed to be an answer given. He would be convinced that she would at once try to get away from the house. If she kept near it somewhere quite close, and let him search the spinney, she might get away to its cover after he gave up the search and came back. The jagged pain had settled in a sort of impossible anguish, and once or twice she felt sick. But she would die in the open, and she knew Rosalie was frightened by her absence, and was praying for her. Prayers counted, and yet they had all prayed yesterday. If I were not very strong, I should faint, she thought, but I have been strong all my life. That great French doctor, I have forgotten his name, said that I had the physique to endure anything. She said these things that she might gain steadiness and convince herself that she was not merely living through a nightmare. Twice she moved her foot suddenly because she found herself in a momentary respite from pain, beginning to believe that the thing was a nightmare, that nothing mattered, because she would wake up presently, so she need not try to hide. But in a nightmare one has no pain. It is real, and I must go somewhere, she said, after the foot was moved. Where could she go? She had not looked at the place as she rode up. She had only half consciously seen the spinney. Nigel was swearing at the horses. Having got Childe Harold into the shed, there seemed to be nothing to fasten his bridle to, and he had yet to bring his own horse in and secure him. She must get away somewhere before the delay was over. How dark it was growing! Thank God for that again. What was the rather high, dark object she could trace in the dimness near the hedge? It was sharply pointed, as if it were a narrow tent. Her heart began to beat like a drum, as she recalled something. It was the shape of the sort of wigwam structure made of hop poles after they were taken from the fields. If there was space between it and the hedge, even a narrow space, and she could crouch there? Nigel was furious because Childe Harold was backing, plunging, and snorting dangerously. She halted forward, shutting her teeth in her terrible pain. She could scarcely see and did not recognize that near the wigwam was a pile of hop poles laid on top of each other horizontally. It was not quite as high as the hedge whose dark background prevented its being seen. Only a few steps more. No, she was awake in a nightmare. One felt only terror, not pain. You died today, she murmured. She saw the horizontal poles too late. One of them had rolled from its place and lay on the ground, and she trod on it, was thrown forward against the heap, and in her blind effort to recover herself, slipped and fell into a narrow grassed hollow behind it, clutching at the hedge. The great French doctor had not been quite right. For the first time in her life she felt herself sinking into bottomless darkness, which was what happened to people when they fainted. When she opened her eyes, she could see nothing, because on one side of her rose the low mass of the hop poles, and on the other was the long, untrimmed hedge, which had thrown out a thick, sheltering growth and curved above her like a penthouse. Was she awakening after all? No, because the pain was awakening with her, and she could hear what seemed at first to be quite loud sounds. She could not have been unconscious long, for she almost immediately recognized that they were the echo of a man's hurried footsteps upon the bare wooden stairway leading to the bedrooms in the empty house. Having secured the horses, Nigel had returned to the cottage and, finding her gone, had rushed to the upper floor in search of her. He was calling her name angrily, his voice resounding in the emptiness of the rooms. "Betty, don't play the fool with me." She cautiously drew herself further under cover, making sure that no end of her habit remained in sight. The overgrowth of the hedge was her salvation. If she had seen the spot by daylight, she would not have thought it a possible place of concealment. Once she had read an account of a woman's frantic flight from a murderer who was hunting her to her death, while she slipped from one poor hiding place to another, sometimes crouching behind walls or bushes, sometimes lying flat in long grass, once wading waist-deep through a stream, and at last finding a miserable little fastness, where she hid shivering for hours until her enemy gave up his search. One never felt the reality of such histories, but there was actually a sort of parallel in this. Mad and crude things were let loose, and the world of ordinary life seemed thousands of miles away. She held her breath, for he was leaving the house by the front door. She heard his footsteps on the bricked path, and then in the lane. He went to the road, and the sound of his feet died away for a few moments. Then she heard them returning. He was back in the lane on the brick path, and stood listening, or perhaps reflecting. He muttered something exclamatory, and she heard a match struck, and shortly afterwards he moved across the garden patch towards the little spinney. He had thought of it as she had believed he would. He would not think of this place, and in the end he might get tired or awakened to a sense of his lurid folly and realize that it would be safer for him to go back to Stornham with some clever lie, trusting to his belief that there existed no girl, but would shrink from telling such a story in connection with a man who would brazenly deny it with contemptuous dramatic detail. If he would but decide on this, she would be safe, and it would be so like him that she dared to hope. But if he did not, she would lie close, even if she must wait until morning, when some labourer's cart would surely pass, and she would hear it jolting and drag herself out and call aloud in such a way that no man could be deaf. There was more room under her hedge than she had thought, and she found that she could sit up, by clasping her knees and bending her head, while she listened to every sound, even to the rustle of the grass in the wind sweeping across the marsh. She moved very gradually and slowly, and had just settled into utter motionlessness when she realized that he was coming back through the garden. The straggling currant and gooseberry bushes were being trampled through. "Betty, go home," Rosalie had pleaded. "Go home, go home." And she had refused, because she could not desert her. She held her breath and pressed her hand against her side, because her heart beat, as it seemed to her, with an actual sound. He moved with unsteady steps from one point to another. More than once he stumbled, and his angry oath reached her. At last he was so near her hiding place that his short, hard breathing was a distinct sound. A moment later he spoke, raising his voice, which fact brought to her a rush of relief, through it signifying that he had not even guessed her nearness. "My dear Betty," he said, "you have the pluck of the devil, but circumstances are too much for you. You are not on the road, and I have been through the spinney. Mere logic convinces me that you cannot be far away. You may as well give the thing up. It will be better for you. You who died today, do not leave me," was Betty's inward cry, and she dropped her face on her knees. "I am not a pleasant-tempered fellow, as you know, and I am losing my hold on myself. The wind is blowing the mist away, and there will be a moon. I shall find you, my good girl, in half an hour's time, and then we shall be jolly well even." She had not dropped her whip, and she held it tight. If, when the moonlight revealed the pile of hop poles to him, he suspected and sprang at them to tear them away, she would be given strength to make one spring, even in her agony, and she would strike at his eyes awfully. Without one touch of compunction, she would strike. There was a brief silence, and then a match was struck again, and almost immediately she inhaled the fragrance of an excellent cigar. "I am going to have a comfortable smoke and stroll about always within sight and hearing. I dare say you are watching me and wondering what will happen when I discover you. I can tell you what will happen. You are not a hysterical girl, but you will go into hysterics and no one will hear you." All the power of her body and soul in one leap on him, and then a lash that would cut to the bone. And it was not a nightmare, and Rosie was at Stornham, and her father looking over steamer lists and choosing his staterooms. He walked about slowly, the scent of his cigar floating behind him. She noticed, as she had done more than once before, that he seemed to slightly drag one foot, and she wondered why. The wind was blowing the mist away, and there was a faint growing of light. The moon was not full, but young, and yet it would make a difference. But the upper part of the hedge grew thick and close to the heap of wood, and, but for her fall, she would never have dreamed of the refuge. She could only guess at his movements, but his footsteps gave some clue. He was examining the ground in as far as the darkness would allow. He went into the shed and round about it. He opened the door of the tiny coal lodge and looked again into the small back kitchen. He came nearer, so near once that, bending sidewise, she could have put out a hand and touched him. He stood quite still, then made a step or so away, stood still again, and burst into a laugh once more. "Oh, you are here, are you?" he said. "You are a fine big girl to be able to crowd yourself into a place like that." Hot and cold dew stood out on her forehead and made her hair damp as she held her whip hard. "Come out, my dear," alluringly. "It is not too soon. Or do you prefer that I should assist you?" Her heart stood quite still, quite. He was standing by the wigwam of hop poles, and thought she had hidden herself inside it. Her place under the hedge he had not even glanced at. She knew he bent down and thrust his arm into the wigwam, for his fury at the result expressed itself plainly enough. that he had made a fool of himself was worse to him than all else. He actually wheeled about and strode away to the house. Because minutes seemed hours, she thought he was gone long, but he was not away for 20 minutes. He had in fact gone into the bare front room again, and sitting upon the box near the hearth, let his head drop in his hands and remained in this position thinking. In the end he got up and went out to the shed where he had left the horses. Betty was feeling that before long she might find herself making that strange swoop into the darkness of space again, and that it did not matter much, as one apparently lay quite still when one was unconscious, when she heard that one horse was being led out into the lane. What did that mean? Hetty got tired of the chase as the other man did, and was he going away because discomfort and fatigue had cooled and disgusted him, perhaps even made him feel that he was playing the part of a sensational idiot who was laying himself open to derision? That would be like him too. Presently she heard his footsteps once more, but he did not come as near her as before. In fact, he stood at some yards' distance when he stopped and spoke in quite a new manner. "Betty," his tone was even cynically cool, "I shall stalk you no more. The chase is at an end. I think I have taken all out of you. I intended to. Perhaps it was a bad joke and was carried too far. I wanted to prove to you that there were circumstances which might be too much even for a young woman from New York. I have done it. Do you suppose I am such a fool as to bring myself within reach of the law? I am going away and will send assistance to you from the next house I pass. I have left some matches and a few broken sticks on the hearth in the cottage. Be a sensible girl. Limp in there and build yourself a fire as soon as you hear me gallop away. You must be chilled through. Now I am going." He tramped across the bit of garden, down the brick path, mounted his horse, and put it to a gallop at once. Clack, 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 clacking fainter and fainter into the distance, and he was gone. When she realized that the thing was true, the effect upon her of her sense of relief was that the growing likelihood of a second swoop into darkness died away, but one curious sob lifted her chest as she leaned back against the rough growth behind her. As she changed her position for a better one, she felt the jagged pain again, and knew that in the tenseness of her terror she had actually for some time felt next to nothing of her hurt. She had not even been cold, for the hedge behind and over her and the barricade before had protected her from both wind and rain. The grass beneath her was not damp for the same reason. The weary thought rose in her mind that she might even lie down and sleep. But she pulled herself together and told herself that this was like the temptation of believing in the nightmare. He was gone, and she had a respite, but was it to be anything more? She did not make any attempt to leave her place of concealment, remembering the strange things she had learned in watching him, and the strange terror in which Rosalie lived. One never knows what he will do next. "I will not stir," she said through her teeth. "No, I will not stir from here." And she did not, but sat still, while the pain came back to her body and the anguish to her heart, and sometimes such heaviness that her head dropped forward upon her knees again, and she fell into a stupefied half-doze. From one such doze she awakened with a start, hearing a slight click of the gate. After it, there were several seconds of dead silence. It was the slightness of the click which was startling. If it had not been caused by the wind, it had been caused by someone's having cautiously moved it, and this someone, wishing to make a soundless approach, had immediately stood still and was waiting. There was only one person who would do that. By this time, the mist being blown away, the light of the moon began to make a growing clearness. She lifted her hand and delicately held aside a few twigs that she might look out. She had been quite right in deciding not to move. Nigel Anstruthers had come back, and after his paws turned, and avoiding the brick path, stole over the grass to the cottage door. His going had merely been an inspiration to trap her, and the wood and matches had been intended to make a beacon light for him. That was like him as well. His horse he had left down the road, but the relief of his absence had been good for her, and she was able to check the shuddering fit which threatened her for a moment. The next, her ears awoke to a new sound. Something was stumbling heavily about the patch of garden, some animal. A cropping of grass, a snorting breath, and more stumbling hoofs, and she knew that Childe Harold had managed to loosen his bridle and limp out of the shed. The mere sense of his nearness seemed a sort of protection. He had limped and stumbled to the front part of the garden before Nigel heard him. When he did hear, he came out of the house in the humor of a man, the inflaming of whose mood has been cumulative. Childe Harold's temper also was not to be trifled with. He threw up his head, swinging the bridle out of reach. He snorted and even reared with an ugly lashing of his forefeet. "Good boy," whispered Betty. "Do not let him take you, do not." If he remained where he was, he would attract attention if anyone passed by. Fight, Childe Harold. Be as vicious as you choose. Do not allow yourself to be. Drag back. And fight he did, with an ugliness of temper he had never shown before, with snortings and tossed head and lashed out heels, as if he knew he was fighting to gain time and with a purpose. But in the midst of the struggle Nigel Anstruther stopped suddenly. He had stumbled again and risen raging and stained with damp earth. Now he stood still, panting for breath, as still as he had stood after the click of the gate. Was he listening? What was he listening to? Had she moved in her excitement, and was it possible he had caught the sound? No. He was listening to something else. Far up the road it echoed, but coming nearer every moment and very fast. Another horse, a big one, galloping hard. Whosoever it was would pass this place. It could only be a man. God grant that he would not go by so quickly that his attention would not be arrested by a shriek. Cry out, she must, and if he did not hear and went galloping on his way, she would have betrayed herself and be lost. She bit off a groan by biting her lip. You who died today now, nearer and nearer. No human creature could pass by a thing like this. It would not be possible. And Childe Harold, backing and fighting, scented the other horse and neighed fiercely and high. The rider was slackening his pace. He was near the lane. He had turned into it and stopped. Now for her one frantic cry. But before she could gather power to give it forth, the man who had stopped had flung himself from his saddle and was inside the garden speaking. A big voice, and a clear one, with a ringing tone of authority. "What are you doing here? And what is the matter with Miss Vanderpoels?" "Horse," it called out. Now there was danger of the swoop into the darkness, great danger, though she clutched at the hedge that she might feel its thorns and hold herself to the earth. "You!" Nigel Anstruthers cried out. "You!" and flung forth a shout of laughter. "Where is she?" fiercely. "Lady Anstruthers is terrified. We have been searching for hours. Only just now I heard on the marsh that she had been seen to ride this way. Where is she, I say?" A strong, angry, earthly voice, not part of the melodrama, not part of a dream, but a voice she knew, and whose sound caused her heart to leap to her throat while she trembled from head to foot, and a light, cold dampness broke forth on her skin. Something had been a dream. Her wild, desolate ride, the slow tolling. For the voice which commanded with such human fierceness was that of the man for whom the heavy bell had struck forth from the church tower. Sir Nigel recovered himself brilliantly. Not that he did not recognize that he had been a fool again and was in a nasty place, but it was not for the first time in his life, and he had learned how to brazen himself out of nasty places. "My dear Mount Dunstan," he answered with tolerant irritation, "I have been having a devil of a time with female hysterics." She heard the bell toll and ran away with the idea that it was for you, and paid you the compliment of losing her head. I came on her here when she had ridden her horse half to death, and they had both come a cropper. Confound women's hysterics! I could do nothing with her. When I left her for a moment she ran away and hid herself. She is concealed somewhere on the place, or has limped off onto the marsh. I wish some New York millionaires would work herself into hysteria on my humble account. "Those are lies," Mount Dunstan answered. "Every damned one of them." He wheeled around to look about him, attracted by a sound, and in the clearing moonlight saw a figure approaching which might have risen from the earth, so far as he could guess where it had come from. He strode over to it, and it was Betty Vanderpoel, holding her whip in a clenched hand, and showing to his eagerness such hunted face and eyes as were barely human. He caught her unsteadiness to support it, and felt her fingers clutch at the tweed of his coat sleeve and move there as if the mere feeling of its rough texture brought heavenly comfort to her and gave her strength. "Yes, they are lies, Lord Mount Dunstan," she panted. "He said that he meant to get what he called even with me. He told me I could not get away from him, and that no one would hear me if I cried out for help. I have hidden like some hunted animal." Her shaking voice broke, and she held the cloth of his sleeve tightly. "You are alive," with a sudden sweet wildness. "But it is true," the bell tolled. "While I was crouching in the dark, I called to you who died today to stand between us." The man absolutely shuddered from head to foot. "I was alive, and you see I heard you and came," he answered hoarsely. He lifted her in his arms and carried her into the cottage. Her cheek felt the enrapturing roughness of his tweed shoulder as he did it. He laid her down on the couch of hay and turned away. "Don't move," he said. "I will come back. You are safe." If there had been more light, she would have seen that his jaw was set like a bulldog's, and there was a red spark in his eyes, a fearsome one. But though she did not clearly see, she knew, and the nearness of the last hours swept away all. Relenting, Nigel Anstruthers, having discreetly waited until the two had passed into the house, and feeling that a man would be an idiot who did not remove himself from an atmosphere so highly charged, was making his way toward the lane, and was, indeed, halfway through the gate when heavy feet were behind him and a grip of ugly strength wrenched him backward. "Your horse is cropping the grass where you left him, but you are not going to him," said a singularly meaning voice. "You are coming with me." Anstruthers endeavored to convince himself that he did not at that moment turn deadly sick, and that the brute would not make an ass of himself. "Don't be a bally fool," he cried out, trying to tear himself free, the muscular hand on his shoulder being reinforced by another, which clutched his collar, dragged him back, stumbling ignominiously through the gooseberry bushes towards the cart shed. Betty, lying upon her bed of hay, heard the scuffling, mingled with raging and gasping curses. Childe Harold, lifting his head from his cropping of the grass, looked after the violently jerking figures and snorted slightly, snuffing with dilated red nostrils. As a war horse scenting blood and battle, he was excited. When Mount Dunstan got his captive into the shed, the blood which had surged in Red Godwin's veins was up and leaping. Anstruthers, his collar held by a hand with fingers of iron, writhed about and turned a livid, ghastly face upon his captor. "You have twice my strength and half my age, you beast and devil." He foamed in a half-shriek and poured forth frightful blasphemies. "That counts between man and man, but not between vermin and executioner," gave back Mount Dunstan. The heavy whip flung upward whistled down through the air, cutting through cloth and linen as though it would cut through flesh to bone. "By God!" shrieked the writhing thing he held, leaping like a man who has been shot. "Don't do that again! Damn you!" as the unswerving lash cut down again. What followed would not be good to describe. Betty, through the open door, heard wild and awful things, and more than once a sound as if a dog were howling. When the thing was over, one of the two, his clothes cut to ribbons, his torn white linen exposed, lay, a writhing, huddled worm, hiccuing frenzied sobs upon the earth in a corner of the cart shed. The other man stood over him, breathless and white, but singularly exalted. "You won't want your horse tonight, because you can't use him," he said. "I shall put Miss Vanderpool's saddle upon him, and ride with her back to Stornham. You think you are cut to pieces, but you are not, and you'll get over it. I'll ask you to mark, however, that if you open your foul mouth to insinuate lies concerning either Lady Anstruthers or her sister, I will do this thing again in public some day, on the steps of your club, and do it more thoroughly." He walked into the cottage soon afterwards, looking, to Betty Vanderpoel's eyes, pale and exceptionally big, and also more a man than it is often given even to the most virile male creature to look. And he walked to the side of her resting place and stood there looking down. "I thought I heard a dog howl," she said. "You did hear a dog howl," he answered. He said no other word, and she asked no further question. She knew what he had done, and he was well aware that she knew it. There was a long, strangely tense silence. The light of the moon was growing. She made at first no effort to rise, but lay still and looked up at him from under splendid lifted lashes, while his own gaze fell into the depth of hers like a plummet into a deep pool. This continued for almost a full minute, when he turned quickly away and walked to the hearth in drawing a heavy breath. He could not endure that which beset him. It was unbearable, because her eyes had maddeningly seemed to ask him some wistful question. Why did she let her loveliness so call to him? She was not a trifler who could play with meanings. Perhaps she did not know what her power was. Sometimes he could believe that beautiful women did not. In a few moments, almost before he could reach her, she was rising, and when she got up, she supported herself against the open door, standing in the moonlight. If he was pale, she was pale also, and her large eyes would not move from his face, so drawing him that he could not keep away from her. "Listen," he broke out suddenly. "Penzance told me, warned me that some time a moment would come which would be stronger than all else in a man, than all else in the world. It has come now. Let me take you home." "Then what else?" she said slowly, and became even paler than before. He strove to release himself from the possession of the moment, and in his struggle answered with a sort of savagery, than scruple than power even than a man's determination and decent pride. "Are you proud?" She half whispered quite brokenly, "I am not since I waited for the ringing of the church bell since I heard it toll. After that the world was empty, and it was as empty of decent pride as of everything else. There was nothing left. I was the humblest broken thing on earth." "You!" he gasped. "Do you know I think I shall go mad directly. Perhaps it is happening now. You were humble and broken. Your world was empty, because—" "Look at me, Lord Mount Dunstan," and the sweetest voice in the world was a tender, wild little cry to him. "Oh, look at me." He caught her outthrown hands and looked down into the beautiful, passionate soul of her. The moment had come, and the tidal wave rising to its height swept all the common earth away when, with a savage sob, he caught and held her close and hard against that which thudded racing in his breast. And they stood and swayed together, folded in each other's arms, while the wind from the marshes lifted its voice like an exulting human thing as it swept about them. Chapter 49. Aeternham and Aperoben Moorlands. The exulting wind had swept the clouds away, and the moon rode in a dark blue sea of sky, making the night light purely clear when they drew a little apart that they might better see the wonderfulness in each other's faces. It was so mysteriously great a thing that they felt near to awe. I fought too long. I wore out my body's endurance, and now I am quaking like a boy. Red Godwin did not begin his wooing like this. "Forgive me," Mount Dunstan said at last. "Do you know, with lovely trembling lips and voice, that for long, long you have been unkind to me?" It was merely human that he should swiftly enfold her again and answer with his lips against her cheek. "Unkind, unkind! Oh, the heavenly woman's sweetness of your telling me." So the heavenly sweetness of it, he exclaimed passionately and low. And I was one of those who are by the roadside everywhere, an unkempt, raging beggar, who might not decently ask you for a crust. It was all wrong. She whispered back to him, and he poured forth the tenderest, fierce words of confession and prayer, and she listened, drinking them in, with now and then a soft sob pressed against the roughness of the enrapturing tweed. For a space, they had both forgotten her hurt, because there are other things than terror which hypnotize pain. Mount Dunstan was to be praised for remembering it first. He must take her back to Stornham and her sister without further delay. I will put your saddle on Anstruther's horse or mine and lift you to your seat. There is a farmhouse about 2 miles away where I will take you first for food and warmth. Perhaps it would be well for you to stay there to rest for an hour, or so, and I will send a message to Lady Anstruther's. I will go to the place and eat and drink what you advise, she answered. But I beg you to take me back to Rosalie without delay. I feel that I must see her. I feel that I must see her too, he said. But for her, God bless her, he added after his sudden pause. Betty knew that the exclamation meant strong feeling, and that somehow in the past hours Rosalie had awakened it. But it was only when, after their refreshment at the farm, they had taken horse again and were riding homeward together, that she heard from him what had passed between them. All that has led to this may seem the merest chance, he said, but surely a strange thing has come about. I know that without understanding it. He leaned over and touched her hand. You, who are life without understanding, I ride here beside you, believing that you brought me back. I tried, with all my strength I tried. After I had seen your sister today, I guessed I knew, but not at first. I was not ill of the fever as excited rumor had it, but I was ill, and the doctors and the vicar were alarmed. I had fought too long, and I was giving up, as I have seen the poor fellows in the ballroom give up. If they were not dragged back, they slipped out of one's hands. If the fever had developed, all would have been over quickly. I knew the doctors feared that, and I am ashamed to say I was glad of it. But yesterday, in the morning, when I was letting myself go with a morbid pleasure in the luxurious relief of it, something reached me, some slow-rising call to effort and life. She turned towards him in her saddle, listening, her lips parted. I did not even ask myself what was happening, but I began to be conscious of being drawn back and to long intensely to see you again. I was gradually filled with a restless feeling that you were near me, and that, though I could not physically hear your voice, you were surely calling to me. It was the thing which could not be, but it was, and because of it I could not let myself drift. I did call you. I was on my knees in the church, asking to be forgiven if I prayed mad prayers, but praying the same thing over and over. The villagers were kneeling there too. They crowded in, leaving everything else. You are their hero, and they were in deep earnest. His look was gravely pondering. His life had not made a mystic of him. It was Penzance who was the mystic. But he felt himself perplexed by mysteriously suggestive thought. I was brought back, he said. In the afternoon I fell asleep and slept profoundly until the morning. When I awoke, I realized that I was a remade man. The doctors were almost awed when I first spoke to them. Old Dr. Fenwick died later, and, after I had heard about it, the church bell was tolled. It was heard at Weaver's farmhouse, and, as everybody had been excitedly waiting for the sound, it conveyed but one idea to them, and the boy was sent racing across the fields to Stornham village. Dearest, dearest, he exclaimed. She had bowed her head and burst into passionate sobbing, because she was not of the women who wept. Her moment's passion was strong and bitter. It need not have been, she shuddered. One cannot bear it because it need not have been. Stop your horse a moment, he said, reining in his own, while with burning eyes and swelling throat, he held and steadied her. But he did not know that neither her sister nor her father had ever seen her in such mood, and that she had. never so seen herself. "You shall not remember it," he said to her. "I will not," she answered, recovering herself. But for one moment all the awful hours rushed back. "Tell me the rest." We did not know that the blunder had been made until a messenger from Dole rode over to inquire and bring messages of condolence. Then we understood what had occurred, and I own a sort of frenzy seized me. I knew I must see you, and though the doctors were horribly nervous, they dare not hold me back. The day before it would not have been believed that I could leave my room. You were crying out to me, and though I did not know, I was answering, body and soul. Penzance knew I must have my way when I spoke to him, mad as it seemed. When I rode through Stornham village, more than one woman screamed at sight of me. I shall not be able to blot out of my mind your sister's face. She will tell you what we said to each other. I rode away from the court quite half mad. His voice became very gentle because of something she had told me in the first wild moments. Lady Anstruthers had spent the night moving restlessly from one room to another and had not been to bed when they rode side by side up the avenue in the early morning sunlight. An underkeeper, crossing the park a few hundred yards above them, after one glance, dashed across the sward to the courtyard and the servants' hall. The news flashed electrically through the house, and Rosalie, like a small ghost, came out upon the steps as they reined in. Though her lips moved, she could not speak aloud as she watched Mount Dunstan lift her sister from her horse. "Childe Harold stumbled and I hurt my foot," said Betty, trying to be calm. "I knew he would find you," Rosalie answered quite faintly. "I knew you would," turning to Mount Dunstan, adoring him with all the meaning of her small, paled face. She would have been afraid of her memory of what she had said in the strange scene which had taken place before them a few hours ago, but almost before either of the two spoke she knew that a great gulf had been crossed in someone, inevitable though unforeseen, leap. How it had been taken, when or where, did not in the least matter, when she clung to Betty, and Betty clung to her. After a few moments of moved and reverent waiting, the admirable Jennings stepped forward and addressed her in lowered voice. "There's been little sleep in the village this night, my lady," he murmured earnestly. "I promised they should have a sign, with your permission. If the flag was run out, they're all looking out, and they'd know." "Run it up, Jennings," Lady Anstruthers answered, "at once." When it ran up the staff on the tower and fluttered out in gay answering to the morning breeze, children in the village began to run about shouting, men and women appeared at cottage doors, and more than one cap was thrown up in the air. But old Doby and Mrs. Weldon, who had been waiting for hours, standing by Mrs. Weldon's gate, caught each other's dry, trembling old hands and began to cry. The Broadmorlands divorce scandal, having made conversation during a season quite 40 years before Miss Vanderpool appeared at Stornham Court, had been laid upon a lower shelf and buried beneath other stories long enough to be forgotten. Only one individual had not forgotten it, and he was the Duke of Broadmorlands himself, in whose mind it remained hideously clear. He had been a young man, honestly and much in love when it first revealed itself to him, and for a few months he had even thought it might end by being his death, notwithstanding that he was strong and in first-rate physical condition. He had been a fine, hearty young man of clean and rather dignified life, though he was not understood to be brilliant of mind. Privately he had ideals connected with his rank and name, which he was not fluent enough clearly to express. After he had realized that he should not die of the public humiliation and disgrace, which seemed to point him out as having been the kind of gullible fool it is scarcely possible to avoid laughing at, or, so it seemed to him in his heart-seared frenzy, he thought it not improbable that he should go mad. He was harried so by memories of lovely little soft ways of Edith's, his wife's name was Edith, of the pretty sound of her laugh, and of her innocent girlish habit of kneeling down by her bedside every night and morning to say her prayers. This had so touched him that he had sometimes knelt down to say his too, saying to her, with slight awkward boyishness, that a fellow who had a sort of angel for his wife ought to do his best to believe in the things she believed in, and all the time. A devil who laughed used to snigger in his ear over and over again until it was almost like the ticking of a clock during the worst months, when it did not seem probable that a man could feel his brain whirling like a Catherine wheel night and day and still manage to hold on and not reach the point of howling and shrieking and dashing his skull against wales and furniture. But that passed in time, and he told himself that he passed with it. Since then he had lived chiefly at Broadmorland's castle, and was spoken of as a man who had become religious, which was not true, but, having reached the decision that religion was good for most people, he paid a good deal of attention to his church and schools, and was rigorous in the matter of curates. He had passed 70 now, and was somewhat despotic and haughty because a man who is a duke and does not go out into the world to rub against men of his own class and others, but lives altogether on a great and splendid estate, saluted by every creature he meets, and universally obeyed and counted before all else, is not unlikely to forget that he is a quite ordinary human being, and not a sort of monarch. He had done his best to forget Edith, who had soon died of being a shady curate's wife in Australia, but he had not been able to encompass it. He used, occasionally, to dream she was kneeling by the bed in her childish nightgown saying her prayers aloud, and would waken crying as he had cried in those awful young days. Against social immorality or village light-mindedness, he was relentlessly savage. He allowed for no palliating or exonerating facts. He began to see red when he heard of or saw lightness in a married woman, and the outside world frequently said that this characteristic bordered on monomania. Nigel Anstruthers, having met him once or twice, had at first been much amused by him, and had even, by giving him an adroitly careful lead, managed to guide him into an expression of opinion. The Duke, who had heard men of his class discussed, did not in the least like him, notwithstanding his sympathetic suavity of manner and his air of being intelligently impressed by what he heard. Not long afterwards, however, it transpired that the aged rector of Broadmorlands having died, the living had been given to Fulfilde, and hearing it, Sir Nigel was not slow to conjecture that quite decently utilizable tools would lie ready to his hand if circumstances pressed. This point of view, it will be seen, being not illogical. A man who had not been a sort of hermit would have heard enough of him to be put on his guard, and one who was a man of the world, looking normally on existence, would have reasoned coolly, and declined to concern himself about what was not his affair. But a parallel might be drawn between Broadmorlands and some old lion wounded sorely in his youth and left to drag his unhealed torment through the years of age. On one subject he had no point of view but his own, and could be roused to fury almost senseless by wholly inadequately supported facts. He presented exactly the material required, and that in mass. About the time the flag was run up on the tower at Stornham Court, a carter, driving whistling on the road near the deserted cottage, was hailed by a man who was walking slowly a few yards ahead of him. The carter thought that he was a tramp, as his clothes were plainly in bad case, which seeing, his answer was an unceremonious grunt, and it certainly did not occur to him to touch his forehead. A minute later, however, he got a start, as he related afterwards. The tramp was a gentleman whose riding costume was torn and muddied, and who looked ghastly, though he spoke with the manner and authority which Binns, the carter, recognized as that of one of the gentry, addressing a day labourer. "How far is it from here to Medham?" he inquired. "Medham be about 4 miles, sir," was the answer. "I be carrying these taters there to market. I want to get there. I've met with an accident. My horse took fright at a pheasant starting up rocketing under his nose. He threw me into a hedge and bolted. I'm badly enough bruised to want to reach a town and see a doctor. Can you give me a lift?" "That I will, sir, ready enough," making room on the seat beside him. "You be bruised bad, sir," he said sympathetically, as his passenger climbed to his place with a twisted face and uttering blasphemies under his breath. "Damned badly," he answered. "No bones broken, however. That cut on your cheek and neck'll need plasterin', sir." "That's a scratch, thorn bush," curtly. Sympathy was plainly not welcome. In fact, Binns was soon of the opinion that here was an ugly customer, gentleman or no gentleman. A jolting cart was, however, not the best place for a man who seemed sore from head to foot, and done for out and out. He sat and ground his teeth as he clung to the rough seat in the attempt to steady himself. He became more and more ghastly, and a certain awful light in his eyes alarmed the carter by leaping up at every jolt. Binns was glad when he left him at Medham Arms, and felt he had earned the half-sovereign handed to him. 4 days, Anstruthers lay in bed in a room at the inn. No one saw him but the man who brought him food. He did not send for a doctor, because he did not wish to see one. He sent for such remedies as were needed by a man who had been bruised by a fall from his horse. He made no remark which could be considered explanatory, after he had said irritably that a man was a fool to go loitering along on a nervous brute who needed watching. Whatsoever happened was his own damned fault. Through hours of day and night he lay staring at the whitewashed beams or the blue roses on the wallpaper. They were long hours, and filled with things not pleasant enough to dwell on in detail. Physical misery, which made a man writhe at times, was not the worst part of them. There were 1,000 things less endurable. More than once he foamed at the mouth, and recognized that he gibbered like a madman. There was but one memory which saved him from feeling that this was the very end of things. That was the memory of Broadmoorlands. While a man had a weapon left, even though it could not save him, he might pay up with it, get almost even. The whole Vanderpoel lot could be plunged neck deep in a morass which would leave mud enough sticking to them, even if their money helped them to prevent its entirely closing over their heads. He could attend to that, and, after he had set it well going, he could get out. There were India, South Africa, Australia, a dozen places that would do. And then he would remember Betty Vanderpoel, and curse horribly under the bedclothes. It was the memory of Betty which outdid all others in its power to torment. On the morning of the 5th day, the Duke of Broadmoorlands received a note, which he read with somewhat annoyed curiosity. A certain Sir Nigel Anstruthers, whom it appeared he ought to be able to recall, was in the neighbourhood, and wished to see him on a parochial matter of interest. Parochial matter was vague, and so was the Duke's recollection of the man who addressed him. If his memory served him rightly, he had met him in a country house in Somersetshire, and had heard that he was the acquaintance of the disreputable eldest son. What could a person of that sort have to say of parochial matters? The Duke considered, and then, in obedience to a rigorous conscience, decided that one ought perhaps to give him half an hour. There was that in the intruder's aspect, when he arrived in the afternoon, which produced somewhat the effect of shock. In the first place, a man in his unconcealable physical condition had no right to be out of his bed. Though he plainly refused to admit the fact, his manner of bearing himself erect, and even with a certain touch of cool swagger, was, it was evident, achieved only by determined effort. He looked like a man who had not yet recovered from some evil fever. Since the meeting in Somersetshire, he had aged more than the year warranted. Despite his obstinate fight with himself, it was obvious that he was horribly shaky. A disagreeable scratch or cut, running from cheek to neck, did not improve his personal appearance. He pleased his host no more than he had pleased him at their first encounter. He, in fact, repelled him strongly by suggesting a degree of abnormality of mood which was smoothed over by an attempt at entire normality of manner. The Duke did not present an approachable front as, after Anstruthers had taken a chair, he sat and examined him with bright blue old eyes set deep on either side of a dominant nose and framed over by white eyebrows. No, Nigel Anstruthers summed him up. It would not be easy to open the matter with the old fool. He held himself magnificently aloof, with that lack of modernity in his sense of place which, even at this late day, sometimes expressed itself here and there in the manner of the feudal survival. I'm afraid you have been ill, with rigid civility. A man feels rather an outsider in confessing he has let his horse throw him into a hedge. It was my own fault entirely. I allowed myself to forget that I was riding a dangerously nervous brute. I was thinking of a painful and absorbing subject. I was badly bruised and scratched, but that was all. What did your doctor say? That I was in luck not to have broken my neck. You had better have a glass of wine, touching a bell. You do not look equal to any exertion. In gathering himself together, Sir Nigel felt he was forced to use enormous effort. It had cost him a gruesome physical struggle to endure the drive over to Broadmoorlands, though it was only a few miles from Medham. There happened something unnatural in the exertion necessary to sit upright and keep his mind decently clear. That was the worst of it. The fever and raging hours of the past days and nights had so shaken him that he had become exhausted and his brain was not alert. He was not thinking rapidly, and several times he had lost sight of a point it was important to remember. He grew hot and cold and knew his hands and voice shook as he answered, but perhaps he felt desperately signs of emotion were not bad. I am not quite equal to exertion, he began slowly, but a man cannot lie on his bed while some things are undone. A man cannot. As the old Duke sat upright, the blue eyes under his bit brows were startled, as well as curious. Was the man going out of his mind about something? He looked rather like it, with the dampness starting out on his haggard face and the ugly look suddenly stamped there. The fact was that the insensate fury which had possessed and torn Anstruthers as he had writhed in his inn bedroom had sprung upon him again in full force, and his weakness could not control it, though it would have been wiser to hold it in check. He also felt frightfully ill, which filled him with despair, and, through this fact, he lost sight of the effect he produced. As he stood up, shaking all over, I come to you because you are the one man who can most easily understand the thing I have been concealing for a good many years. The Duke was irritated. Confound the objectionable idiot! What did he mean by taking that intimate tone with a man who was not prepared to concern himself in his affairs? Excuse me, he said, holding up an authoritative hand. Are you going to make a confession? I don't like such things. I prefer to be excused. Personal confidences are not parochial matters. This one is. And Sir Nigel was sickeningly conscious that he was putting the statement rashly, while at the same time all better words escaped him. It is as much a parochial matter, losing all hold on his wits and stammering, as was the affair of your wife. It was the Duke who stood up now, scarlet with anger. He sprang from his chair as if he had been a young man in whom some insult had struck blazing fire. You dare, he shouted. You insolent blackguard. You force your way in here and dare. And he clenched his fist, wildly shaking it. Nigel Anstruthers, staggering on his uncertain feet, would have shouted also, but could not, though he tried, and he heard his own voice come forth brokenly. Yes, I dare. You're my own. My! Swaying and tottering, he swung round to the chair he had left and fell into it, even while the old Duke, who stood raging before him, started back in outraged amazement. What was the fellow doing? Was he making faces at him? The drawn malignant mouth and muscles suggested it. Was he a lunatic indeed? But the sense of disgusted outrage changed all at once to horror, as, with a countenance still more hideously livid and twisted, his visitor slid helplessly from his seat and lay a huddling heap of clothes on the floor. Chapter 50. The Primal Still. When Mr. Vanderpoel landed in England, his wife was with him. This quiet-faced woman, who was known to be on her way to join her daughter in England, was much discussed, envied, and glanced at when she promenaded the deck with her husband or sat in her chair softly wrapped in wonderful furs. Gradually, during the past months, she had been told certain modified truths connected with her elder daughter's marriage. They had been painful truths, but had been so softened and expurgated of their worst features that it had been possible to bear them when one realized that they did not, at least, mean that Rosie had forgotten or ceased to love her mother and father or wished to visit her home. The steady clearness of foresight and readiness of resource which were often spoken of as being specially characteristic of Reuben S. van der Poel were all required and employed with great tenderness in the management of this situation. As little as it was possible that his wife should know was the utmost she must hear and be hurt by. Unless ensuing events compelled further revelations, the rest of it should be kept from her. As further protection, her husband had frankly asked her to content herself with the degree of limited information. "I have meant all our lives, Annie, to keep from you the unpleasant things a woman need not be troubled with," he had said. "I promised myself I would when you were a girl. I knew you would face things if I needed your help, but you were a gentle little soul, like Rosie, and I never intended that you should bear what was useless." Anstruthers was a blackguard, and girls of all nations have married blackguards before. When you have Rosie safe at home and know nothing can hurt her again, you both may feel you would like to talk it over. Till then we won't go into detail. You trust me, I know, when I tell you that you shall hold Rosie in your arms very soon. We may have something of a fight, but there can only be one end to it in a country as decent as England. Anstruthers isn't exactly what I should call an Englishman. Men rather like him are to be found in 2 or 3 places. His good-looking, shrewd, elderly face lighted with a fine smile. "My handsome Betty has saved us a good deal by carrying out her 15-year-old plan of going to find her sister," he ended. Before they landed they had decided that Mrs. van der Poel should be comfortably established in a hotel in London, and that after this was arranged her husband should go to Stornham Court alone. If Sir Nigel could be induced to listen to logic, Rosalie, her child, and Betty should come at once to town. "And if he won't listen to logic," added Mr. van der Poel with a dry composure, "they shall come just the same, my dear." And his wife put her arms round his neck and kissed him because she knew what he said was quite true, and she admired him as she had always done greatly. But when the pilot came on board and there began to stir in the ship, the agreeable and exciting bustle of the delivery of letters and welcoming telegrams, among Mr. van der Poel's many yellow envelopes, he opened one the contents of which caused him to stand still for some moments, so still, indeed, that some of the bystanders began to touch each other's elbows and whisper. He certainly read the message 2 or 3 times before he folded it up, returned it to its receptacle, and walked gravely to his wife's sitting-room. "Reuben," she exclaimed after her first look at him, "have you bad news?" "Oh, I hope not." He came and sat down quietly beside her, taking her hand. "Don't be frightened, Annie, my dear," he said. "I have just been reminded of a verse in the Bible about vengeance not belonging to mere human beings. Nigel Anstruthers has had a stroke of paralysis, and it is not his first. Apparently, even if he lies on his back for some months thinking of harm, he won't be able to do it. He is finished." When he was carried by the express train through the country, he saw all that Betty had seen, though the summer had passed, and there were neither green trees nor hedges. He knew all that the long letters had meant of stirred emotion and affection, and he was strongly moved, though his mind was full of many things. There were the farmhouses, the square-towered churches, the red-pointed hop-oasts, and the village children. How distinctly she had made him see them! His Betty, his splendid Betty! His heart beat at the thought of seeing her high young black head and holding her safe in his arms again. Safe! He resented having used the word, because there was a shock in seeming to admit the possibility that anything in the universe could do wrong to her. Yet one man had been villain enough to mean her harm, and to threaten her with it. He slightly shuddered as he thought of how the man was finished done for. The train began to puff more loudly as it slackened its pace. It was drawing near to a rustic little station, and, as it passed in, he saw a carriage standing. outside, waiting on the road, and a footman in a long coat, glancing into each window as the train went by. 2 or 3 country people were watching it intently. Miss Vanderpool's father was coming up from London on it. The station master rushed to open the carriage door, and the footman hastened forward, but a tall, lovely thing in gray was opposite the step as Mr. Vanderpool descended it to the platform. She did not recognize the presence of any other human being than himself. For the moment, she seemed to forget even the broad-shouldered man who had plainly come with her. As Reuben S. Vanderpool folded her in his arms, she folded him and kissed him as he was not sure she had ever kissed him before. "My splendid Betty, my own fine girl," he said. And when she cried out, "Father, Father," she bent and kissed the breast of his coat. He knew who the big young man was before she turned to present him. "This is Lord Mount Dunstan, father," she said. "Since Nigel was brought home, he has been very good to us." Reuben S. Vanderpool looked well into the man's eyes as he shook hands with him warmly, and this was what he said to himself. "Yes, she's safe. This is quite safe. It is to be trusted with the whole thing." Not many days after her husband's arrival at Stornham Court, Mrs. Vanderpool traveled down from London and, during her journey, scarcely saw the wintry hedges and bare trees because as she sat in her cushioned corner of the railway carriage, she was inwardly offering up gentle, pathetically ardent prayers of gratitude. She was the woman who prays, and the many sad petitions of the past years were being answered at last. She was being allowed to go to Rosie. Whatsoever happened, she could never be really parted from her girl again. She asked pardon many times because she had not been able to be really sorry when she had heard of her son-in-law's desperate condition. She could feel pity for him in his awful case, she told herself, but she could not wish for the thing which perhaps she ought to wish for. She had confided this to her husband with innocent, penitent tears, and he had stroked her cheek, which had always been his comforting way since they had been young things together. "My dear," he said, "if a tiger with hydrophobia were loose among a lot of decent people, or indecent ones, for the matter of that you would not feel it your duty to be very sorry if, in springing on a group of them, he impaled himself on an iron fence. Don't reproach yourself too much." And though the realism of the picture he presented was such as to make her exclaim, "No, no," there were still occasional moments when she breathed a request for pardon if she was hard of heart, this softest of creatures human. It was arranged by the two who best knew and loved her that her meeting with Rosalie should have no spectators, and that their first hour together should be wholly unbroken in upon. "You have not seen each other for so long," Betty said, when on her arrival she led her at once to the morning room where Rosie waited, pale with joy, but when the door was opened, though the two figures were swept into each other's arms by one wild, tremulous rush of movement, there were no sounds to be heard, only caught breaths, until the door had closed again. The talks which took place between Mr. Vanderpool and Lord Mount Dunstan were many and long, and were of absorbing interest to both. Each presented to the other a new world, and a type of which his previous knowledge had been but incomplete. "I wonder," Mr. Vanderpool said in the course of one of them, "if my world appeals to you as yours appeals to me. Naturally, from your standpoint, it scarcely seems probable. Perhaps the upbuilding of large financial schemes presupposes a certain degree of imagination. I am becoming a romantic New York man of business, and I revel in it. Kedger's, for instance," with a smile which, somehow, suggested Betty. Kedger's and the Lilium Giganteum Mrs. Weldon and old Dobie threatened to develop into quite necessary factors in the scheme of happiness. What Betty has felt is even more comprehensible than it seemed at first. They walked and rode together about the countryside. When Mount Dunstan itself was swept clean of danger, and only a few convalescents lingered to be taken care of in the huge ballroom, they spent many days in going over the estate. The desolate beauty of it appealed to and touched Mr. Vanderpool, as it had appealed to and touched his daughter, and also wakened in him much new and curious delight. But Mount Dunstan, with a touch of his old obstinacy, insisted that he should ignore the beauty and look closely at less admirable things. "You must see the worst of this," he said. "You must understand that I can put no good face upon things, that I offer nothing because I have nothing to offer." If he had not been swept through and through by a powerful and rapturous passion, he would have detested and abhorred these days of deliberate proud laying bare of the nakedness of the land. But in the hours he spent with Betty Vanderpoel, the passion gave him knowledge of the things which, being elemental, do not concern themselves with pride and obstinacy, and do not remember them. Too much had ended, and too much begun, to leave space or thought for poor things. In their eyes, when they were together, and even when they were apart, dwelt a glow which was deeply moving to those who, looking on, were sufficiently profound of thought to understand. Watching the two walking slowly side by side down the leafless avenue on a crystal winter day, Mr. Vanderpoel conversed with the vicar, whom he greatly liked. "A young man of the name of Selden," he remarked, "told me more of this than he knew." "G. Selden," said the vicar with affectionate smiling. "He is not aware that he was largely concerned in the matter. In fact, without G. Selden, I do not know how, exactly, we should have got on. How is he, nice fellow?" "Extremely well, and in these days in my employ. He is of the honest, indefatigable stuff which makes its way." His own smiles, as he watched the two tall figures in the distance, settled into an expression of speculative absorption, because he was reflecting upon profoundly interesting matters. "There is a great primeval thing which sometimes, not often, only sometimes occurs to two people," he went on. "When it leaps into being, it is well if it is not thwarted or done to death. It has happened to my girl and Mount Dunstan. If they had been two young tinkers by the roadside, they would have come together and defied their beggary. As it is, I recognize, as I sit here, that the outcome of what is to be may reach far and open up broad new ways." "Yes," said the vicar, "she will live here and fill a strong man's life with wonderful human happiness. Her splendid children will be born here, and among them will be those who lead the van and make history." Mais for some time Nigel Anstruthers lay in his room at Stornham Court, surrounded by all of aid and luxury that wealth and exalted medical science could gather about him. Sometimes he lay a livid unconscious mask, sometimes his nurses and doctors knew that in his hollow eyes there was the light of a raging half-reason, and they saw that he struggled to utter coherent sounds which they might comprehend. This he never accomplished, and one day, in the midst of such an effort, he was stricken dumb again, and soon afterwards sank into stillness and died. And the shuttle in the hand of fate, through every hour of every day, and through the slow deep breathing of all the silent nights, weaves to and fro, drawing with it the threads of human life and thought which strengthen its web and trace the figures of its yet vague and uncompleted design. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.